And for this is not a tape. For our new people coming in, this is how we roll it. Most people are out there on the online. Yeah, so the online present is what it is. But here, we come here so that we have a physical.
Yes, sir.
Let me post what I just did. The base will soon be here. We start in the next 2 minutes. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. In the house. Leo, don't go too far. Yes. Next 2 minutes, I start. YouTube. You don't have the code? I forwarded it to our forums, and I think to all of you as well. Anyway, I forward it again. That's why I'm telling that young man to be around. Blessing, go and call you. Tell him to come in. Leo, send the code again to all the 3 forums. Huh? Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Are they hearing me now?
Yeah, I just started.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies in the house, and the multitude in the online. Today is the D-Day. And we are already here for the 6th edition of the BLAKEY'S National Economic Conference. As you are all aware, we started this conference 2 years ago, initially as BLAKEY'S National Task Conference in my area, Anthony Village, Lagos. Fuller's Hotel and Steels, Anthony Village, Lagos. On Tuesday, October 10, 2023. Bi-monthly, pro bono free of charge, with complimentary lunch and bottled water, because I don't drink spirits anymore, and I see it as poison, with due respect to those who are still drinking alcohol or soft drinks. So we only serve bottled water, and like Fela Anukulapa says, water no get enemy. We ran it for 10 editions until December 2025. December 12, 2025. But before then, we started this economic conference. We started it on February 13, 2025. We did 4 editions in 2025. The first one being February 13, the second April 16, the third June 13, the fourth August 15. This year we started it February 13 again, because we like repeating the days we started something. And today is the 6th edition, April 16, 2026. And this day, April 16, is the anniversary of 7th anniversary of Itozo Intellectuals Forum. It was a forum I set up 7 years ago, exactly April 16, 2019. We go there and enjoy ourselves. So today, we are hitting on the 6th edition, and the theme of today's conference is deliberate choices, how service, loyalty, and discipline build or destroy nations. How service, loyalty, and discipline build or destroy nations. Sorry, blessing come. As you are aware, Nigeria is going through a horrific moment. 2 days ago or so, I was shocked. Video, 2 minutes. 2 days ago, I was shocked when our number 3 person, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Goswell Akpabio, said that the current insecurity ravaging the entire nation will only come to an end after the 2027 elections. I thought he was misquoted, but he wasn't, because either the president or so joined in clapping when he said that. I was horrified to the bone marrow that a government that Nigerians presumably elected in 2023 is saying that the buying of innocent people, especially in the Middle Belt, Benue, Kwara, Plateau, etc., will continue until after the elections next year. We are not here for politics, but such talks by number 3 citizen of Nigeria is most unfortunate, but we live with it. Anyway, so the theme is deliberate choices, how service, loyalty, and discipline build or destroy nations. We've seen how Nigeria is being destroyed by the lies of Senator Akpabio. And my keynote address is titled The Architecture of National Integrity. We are gathered not for ceremony, but for truth, because nations are not transformed by sentiment. They are transformed by deliberate choices. The most important question before any generation, mine, the previous one, and the upcoming one, is, are we building a future or accumulating consequences? You'll get the answer soon. The silent drain. When systems betray the nation, okay? Where is Leo? Where is the man who will set up all this stuff? Find him. Come. Don't run away. You'll be doing it 2 minutes after. Find that young man. Huh? Tell him to set up everything. Blessing, come back. Okay? World Bank Assessment 2026 identifies structural weaknesses in revenue integrity. Revenue flow conflicts detected. Okay? The World Bank, they gave their report recently, and Nigeria was thrown under the gutter. What then must be done? What then must be done? Not cosmetic adjustments, not rhetorical commitments, but deliberate structural reform. We were told that Asiwaju introduced bold economic reforms. From those who know me well, I've always said that those reforms that people are calling bold we are not well thought out, and the result is showing. Let's not put any emotions, tribalistic, ethnicity, or whatever, religious, whatever. The reforms are not working, and that is why we are where we are today. I was challenged by Mayebo in one of our forums, it also the intellectual forums, that the opposition should be given viable alternatives to the president. I told him that I will give those viable alternatives today, along with the people here. But the unfortunate thing is that the president appears to be deaf and dumb, probably. But he must hear what we are going to say today, because I am not a party to what the Senate president said, that insecurity will not stop until after the elections. If it's his daughter that is the chairperson of City Boys movement in Akwa Ibom that was fired in Jos, would he be saying such a nonsense? We need to come out and say the truth. This government is not working for Nigerians. It's only working for a very few cabal. Let's go on. Total treasury integration. No public funds outside the national visibility. Real-time financial monitoring systems. Technology must eliminate opacity. Transparent revenue deductions framework. Nothing hidden, nothing assumed. Mandatory timely public reporting. Accountability must be routine. And institutional responsibility systems. No structure should shield misconduct. We are still coming. They must hear us from wherever they are in Abuja today. The unfinished plane. Imagine boarding a flight and the pilot says, we are still testing the engines, but let's take off anyway. You'd panic. Yet, that's exactly what we are doing with national policy. The economic reality. I'm an economist, chartered accountant, so all my thoughts, or most of my thoughts, are focused on the economy. You wouldn't fly a plane that is still being built. Yet, when it comes to national policy, that's exactly what we are doing. Speed without precision isn't progress. It is the construction of tomorrow's crisis. Okay? The crash. Moving in without a roof. Pushing bad code to production. The result is always the same, a crash. When you get these slides, you will see the architecture and the beauty of what I'm presenting. You will see how the crash happened and how no roof somewhere, etc. The admission, the Policy Gazette 2026 breaking news. Nigeria's new tax laws confirmed to contain structural errors. The key word, structural. Errors exist, said Taiwo Oyedele, Minister of Finance State. And he said it in the open, I think in an MBA, Nigerian Bar Association conference or meeting in Abuja. But after saying it, the cabal in Aso Rock moved in and told everybody that he was misquoted. He told everybody Taiwo Oyedele was misquoted. Meanwhile, I've been waiting for Taiwo Oyedele to come out himself and say he was misquoted. He can't do that because it was on air in a conference like this that he says there are structural errors in taxation that they gazetted. Rather than the government to accept there were mistakes, errors, and correct them, they were dancing skelewu that Taiwo was misquoted. Terrible. Not typos, structural errors in a law already affecting over 200 million Nigerians. Tax reform, NG, policy failure, Nigeria deserves better. When I started my accounting firm and the I&I, accounting firm, January 1, 1994, I&I Investments, May 11, 1993, over 33 years ago. The tagline of my marketing is, you deserve the best. So whenever I send any stuff, actually on my letterhead, you deserve the best. So Nigeria deserves not better, but the best. We'll come to that. When a banking app glitches, you are annoyed. When a tax law glitches, businesses die. Okay? A tax law has entered what the former INEC chairman, who has been promoted to become ambassador in one of the countries, technical glitch. So that is what our tax law has entered. And yesterday I saw the chairman of NIRS, that's the new Nigerian the former FIRS, now NIRS. He was dancing that they have collected some trillion naira of taxation. That is not the issue. Taxation is not only meant for revenue collection. It's meant for a load of other things. So when you have structural adjustment errors, you shouldn't go out there to be dancing that you have collected this is because of a reform by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You should go down to the nitty-gritty and correct the structural errors. Because you could be collecting taxes people are not supposed to be paying because of those structural errors. Anyway, we keep moving on and on to all these people, since I've been challenged to provide the viable alternatives, and that is what I'm doing right now. Apps versus laws. When a banking app glitches, it's annoying. When a national tax law glitches, businesses die. The stakes are not equal. The stakes are not equal. One costs you time, the other costs livelihoods. Nigerian tax reform. Errors. How do we pass laws in 2026 with contradictory clauses? It comes down to one dangerous habit. Okay? The root cause, speed, more than accuracy. We are prioritizing moving fast over building right. Bold intention, dangerous execution. Bold, yes, but moving fast. Moving too fast shouldn't mean moving blind. Fuel subsidy removal, it was bold, and that is why we are where we are today. When on the inauguration day, May 29, 2023, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu said fuel subsidy is gone. I laughed, and I later said that the storm that he has stormed into, he will never storm out of it. When I said it, a lot of people were saying I was insulting him. I said, no, I'm the oracle. I'm foresighted and farsighted. I see backwards, I see front. That Asiwaju will never storm out of the fuel subsidy removal because it was not well thought out. People like us, though retired, should have been consulted free of charge to tell him when to remove fuel subsidy, and if he does, how to mitigate the effects on the masses, on the common people. He never did that. He said it's because Nigeria will stop borrowing. Nigeria has borrowed to the marrow. What are we doing with all the money? We are seeing it. We can enjoy himself riding a Rolls Royce, etc. A civil servant who hasn't worked. We are in trouble in Nigeria. The earlier somebody says it, the better we all know. Fuel subsidy removal is bold, but it's Iberiberism. Apologies to Rocha Sokorocha. FS unification, merging multiple revenue rates into one official rate, is equally bold, but that is where we are now. Before he ascended the throne, the black market was about 700 and the forest or the official one was about 400 and he marked it so that it will collapse, blah, 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 and they will stabilize. Today, dollar is trending at 1,400 to 1,500. What has he achieved? Doubling the black market rate? And every day, people will be telling us they are bold economic policies. They are bold, but they are not well thought out. Tax restructuring, bold. Because I'm a tax man and I've been calling for restructuring, I mark that one bold. But the recent structural errors, they need to be corrected. Okay? See the young man there. The SME dilemma. Turn left at the junction, turn right at the same junction. Compliance becomes impossible. Not because businesses won't comply, but because they can't. 96% of Nigerian businesses are SMEs. This law affects every single one. Okay? We are still cruising. We haven't come to today's topic. We are just trying to know where we are coming from. The silo effect, FIRS, Finance Ministry, National Assembly, all working in complete isolation. FIRS, that's the new NRS, effective January 1, 2026. They collect taxes, no sync with others. Finance Ministry, their budget and the budget and the policy office defines tax policy, no sync with others. National Assembly, the legislators, senators and the members of the House of Reps, they pass the law, rise the bill, no sync with others. The puzzle piece, we are never tested together until they become law and the cracks appeared. The cracks are appearing now. The law gazetted, the law passed by the National Assembly is not the same one that was gazetted. And nobody wants to take up the blame and effect the correction. The toxic culture. Implement first, fix later. That is what we are in Nigeria of today. Implement first, fix later. Every day, Nigerians are the crash test dummies. Double taxation is back. Unfortunately, Naira taxed more than twice. Company income tax, same income 30%. Value-added tax, same income 7.5%. Digital tax, TBD, same income. State levies, same income. Local government levies, same income. Paying different agencies for the exact same income. This is the double taxation trap. Since we are not on taxation today, I will not elaborate. The FS trap from 461, from 401 to 750 to 1,800 and 1,480, drop to 1,220, 420, move to 1,540, 1,580. That's hammer hits here before rules adjusted. FS rate spiked. Naira devalued shortly after unification policy. Paper profits appeared. FS gains appeared on balance sheet, money they never received in cash. Taxed on phantom gains and real cash loss. The global view, World Bank during the week, after I had initially finished my keynote paper, came out blowing hot, and I had to withdraw my keynote paper to update it. That's the global view. Foreign investors don't need political speeches. They read the systems. just like Owonikoko reads the systems. Are laws consistent? Are rules predictable? Can I trust enforcement? If the answer is no, or maybe, capital lives quietly. We did something on taxation, on global taxation, in August or so, August 10, 2024, when we said that Nigeria needs to compete globally, and without taxation, it will be difficult, because the foreigner out there is looking at the most optimal place to invest. And his investment is not to have total income. His aptitude is to have net income. And taxation with 30% of FAS, and where there are tax havens or so, he would move on to there. Anyway, so they are looking at all our laws. We are in a global world now. Capital flight. Nobody invests in a house with a shaky foundation. If rules aren't predictable, capital lives quietly. Through loyalty, we are now coming back to the core of the theme. Loyalty to government. Yes, we support stability. Yes, reform takes time. Yes, Nigerians want this to work. Healthy. But loyalty without principle. Supporting reforms blindly, silencing valid criticism, and calling accountability disloyalty becomes complicity. And you will never see the oracle of Umudunu on that angle. Loyalty without principle. Yes, we need to support Nigeria. Supporting Nigeria should never mean ignoring systemic failure. The pivot. Complaining isn't enough. That is why we are here. And I welcome Dr. Patrick Osai. He told me yesterday he must be here. But because of this rain, he's coming a bit late, but better late than never. The pivot. Complaining isn't enough. We are already fixing the next edition of the conference for June 11 or so. So we will keep every 2 months, we will keep harping on it. Posterity will be our judge. If we want a real economic engine, we need 3 non-negotiable changes. The simulation rule. No law goes live without real-world testing. The zero critical error. Legal accounting and economic sign-off required. And the unified dashboard. One platform, every task, plain language. So that is the pivot. Solution 1, the simulation rule. Policy simulation engine. Running tax law 2026 simulate testing scenario. SME 18M revenue. CIT rate applied 20%. Conflict section 7C override section 14A. Error double VAT on digital services. Testing scenario bank 50 billion revenue. FS gain rules applied. Critical. FS tax before rule adjustment. Result. 2 critical errors found. Status. Rejected. Service revised before launch. Okay? Test the law before it becomes law. Not on 200 million Nigerians. When the law was signed off in June 2025 by the president, but moved the commencement date to January 1, 2026, I reasonably thought that the 6-7 months gap will be used to check what has been done. But nothing. Even then, the then chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Yedele, was pranking like a praying mantis up and down. Talking. At the time, I had to lose my whatever and told him to sit down and allow other critical people to evaluate what you've done. You don't craft a policy and you'll be moving up and down. He was made a Minister of State Finance about a month ago, and the truth is already coming out from him that there are structural errors. So those times he was moving up and down, and voices like us, he kept suppressing them. The time has come for him to own up, to confess as it were. And the cabal in Aso Rock they are trying to suppress him. Oh, that he was misquoted. He was never misquoted. It's just like now that people are covering this my keynote speech. Tomorrow when it comes out in the dailies, I will start saying I was misquoted. How can I be misquoted when it's what I said with my own mouth? Anyway, lawyers check legality. Every clause reviewed for conflict with existing law. Accountants run the numbers. Read tax burdens modeled across SMEs, banks, multinationals. Economists test the impact, macro and micro effects simulated before a single vote is cast. Zero critical error certificate. No law goes live without a clean bill of health. Clean bill of health. Okay. Zero critical error certificate. Before the National Assembly votes, 3 experts must sign. Legal counsel, no conflict clauses, no constitutional violations. Chief accountant, numbers are accurate, tax burden have been calculated. Lead economist, macro impact modeled, no unintended fiscal shocks. If the fuel subsidy removal went through this process, we won't be where we are today. Because the accountants would have given them what is on the ground, and the economists would have said macro shock impact model, no unintended fiscal shocks. We are in fiscal shock today. No bill advances without all these 3 signatures. Okay. The unified tax dashboard. 1 platform, 3 principles. Consolidated taxes, federal, state, local levies on 1 screen. No more hunting across agencies, like your banking app, but for taxes. Pay in 1 place. 1 payment clears all obligations. Automated receipts sent to all agencies. 1 bill instead of 5 corporate invoices. Plain language, always. No legal grammar, no subsection references. If people don't understand it, they won't pay. You owe 2.4 million by March, done. If citizens can't understand tax, they won't pay it, and that is not dishonesty. If citizens don't understand tax, they won't pay it, and that is not dishonesty. This is, there's no confusion here. The law that says ignorance of the law is no excuse doesn't apply here. It doesn't apply. The keynote reality, it will never rain roses. We must plant roses. That's the keynote. But there is an upgrade. Fix the soil first. We are now coming to the main keynote. The other ones was just preamble. It will never rain roses. We must plant roses. If you're a farmer, you won't be expecting a good harvest until you plant. But there is an upgrade, as it were. Fix the soil first. A lot of people do it by applying, what is it called, fertilizers, etc. In my part of the country, at times you leave your farm to mature. After planting for 1 or 2 years, you go elsewhere and plant for 2 or 3 years before coming back to that one. That's fixing the soil, as it were, because if you cultivate every year, the harvest might not be as bounty. You cannot plant roses in a broken system and expect them to grow. Errors in law, simulated and certified before passing. Need to simulate and certify before passing. Agencies working in silos. There needs to be coordination. Implement first, fix later. Build right the first time. The roses are possible, but only if we do the work beneath the surface. Okay? Nations are not transformed by sentiment. And back again, they are transformed by deliberate choices. Nigeria will not be built by hope. In 1993, late MK Abiola told us Hope 93. And many of us believed him, we voted for him. But the hope was dashed by IBB and a lot of the military people then, especially Abacha. In 2022-23, we are back again. And this time it's called renewed hope. Ashwaju is renewing the hope of 1993. And a lot of us still voted for him for the renewed hope to flourish. But here we are. Has the hope been renewed? Anybody who says yes, anybody who says yes that the hope of 2023 is renewed must be one of the city boys. Yeah, must be one of the city boys that the government dole a lot of cash to be moving up and down and spreading. And in the forums these days, you see that anybody who has any problem, give him rice or her. Anybody, I don't have electricity, rice will come. There's insecurity in Jos and Benue, rice will come. This culture of rice, when I was growing up, let me tell this story because I always like to use myself as an example. My father was slightly above average in wealth, but we were eating rice only on Sundays. Only on Sundays. I'm talking about 1960s and 70s. But by 1980s, he has grown larger, and we started eating rice twice a week. Wednesdays, Sundays. And that time we were eating rice Wednesdays, Sundays. 95% of people in Onitsha and in Ozobo, my ancestral home, we are still eating rice probably once a week. But these days, at times in Antony Village, there was a day I ate rice in the morning, ate rice in the afternoon, and ate rice in the evening. I was like, eh? So this rice that we were thinking is gold then, this is what I'm eating 3 times a day now. So what am I saying? It's the same mindset with our people, our president and the state governors. Any problem, drop rice. Maybe because the people didn't eat rice when I was eating it twice. Give them rice. That is not deliberate choice. Nigeria will not be built by hope. It will be built by disciplined execution. Okay? We must demand for better systems. Deliberate choice, house service, discipline, build or destroy nations. Okay? That's what was in here. But we can now take questions so that I can amplify what I'm actually supposed to do here. Any questions from the audience, online and physical here? Loyalty. I didn't elaborate on it. Loyalty. Being loyal to the president is a plus. Because when we were growing up and we used to go to church, in the hymn, I'm an Anglican, there's a place in the hymn that we normally used to pray for the Queen of England then, because she was the spiritual head of Commonwealth. We pray for her. And I think most people are equally praying for the president. But there's a distinction between loyalty to the president and loyalty to the system and loyalty to Nigeria. Most governors, most senators, especially all these ones crossing from the parties that were elected to the APC, they are just being loyal to, not even to the president, they are just being loyal to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I recall when the former governor of Lagos State, Barrister Raji Babatunde Fashola, SAN, was questioned on television about loyalty. He said that you want to test whatever. He ignored the question. He didn't frontally respond to the question. But people like us knew where he was going. He was basically saying that he could be loyal to the system, to the government, but not loyal to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And probably that was the area that Asiwaju felt, how can you, I brought up from wherever, say you can, on national TV, say you can't be loyal to me. That's what is going on now. Godswill Akpabio must be the worst Senate president Nigeria has ever had since October 1, 1960. He is supposed to be checkmating the executive. That is his role. But when the First Lady calls him and the senators, my children, come to Aso Rock and eat, rather than Godswill Akpabio to downgrade it, he keep mounting. Let's go and meet our mother. She wants to feed us, blah, blah, blah. Somebody who, if anything happens in Nigeria, if there is no first and second, he becomes Nigerian president. Mounting that thing. I empathize with any Akwa Ibom person that is here online. I never knew Akwa Ibom people could be this downtrodden. Loyalty has to be to the system. All these governors from the opposition party moving to APC, where is their loyalty? To the party that voted them in? To Nigerians? Or to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? We are not running a democracy at all in Nigeria. Anybody can quote me. I won't say I was misquoted. We are not. We are running something like is getting to become monarchical, whatever, which is against our constitution. Have you people seen where the First Lady moves with her convoy? Or where the first son moves with his own convoy? Of late, I have not been seeing the first daughter moving around for whatever reason. That is not the democracy we all voted for at all. I've been asking people that I haven't seen the wife of Donald Trump moving up and down in America, harassing everybody like our First Lady is doing, or the sons or daughters. America practices democracy. Nigeria doesn't practice democracy. So let's get it straight. We are in a terrible situation in Nigeria. our president promised us that if there's no light, we shouldn't vote for him in 2027. And he has installed a solar panel in his Aso Rock. The other day, I went to Alaba and come and see what Igbo people are doing. The whole China solar system is in Alaba now, as we talk. Even on my street, my next door neighbor installed about 20-something solar whatever for a wing of a duplex. So what are we saying? That the national grid, people shouldn't be patronizing the national grid. Meanwhile, every now and then, budgets are made. Every now and then, loans are procured from abroad for power generation and the distribution. Anyway, I've come to the end of the keynote speech, and I welcome questions now or later so that I can amplify a couple of things that we are removed from my initial manuscript. Before then, we have two guest speakers in the house already. A third guest speaker told me that yesterday night around 11 or 12 that she may not be coming, as if she knew there would be rain today. But she had already forwarded her speech. Let's see if she doesn't come, if I can go through it or defer it to the next period, next conference. The fourth guest speaker was one of our guest speakers last time in February. But again, just like this other one told me yesterday night, a day to the conference, he said he had malaria, that he wouldn't be coming. Subsequently, he forwarded the speech to me, but I said, no, let's move your speech to today so that you come and deliver it yourself. He normally comes around 12 any day he's presenting. So we'll still be seeing him. But meanwhile, let's welcome somebody I call a star guest speaker. I hope he will live up to that billing, being the star guest speaker. Someone whom I'm seeing for the third time in my life today, my stockbroker, when he was working in one stockbroking firm in Ikoyi. In 2019, I went there with my second son to open a stockbroking account because somebody recommended him very, very highly. That's 7 years ago, 2019. When I entered, I asked about the MD. They told me he was around. I said, okay, let me do the business for which I'm here for. Open the accounts first. Thereafter, I will go and say hello to him. After opening the accounts, about lunchtime, I now ask the person, can I now go and see the MD? He said, oh, he just walked past to go for lunch. I said, wow, I can't wait for him. So that was it. But because of the earlier recommendation I've gotten that he was good, I still opened the account and let it be. When I was organizing this type of conferences in Sheraton and when I was going to Sheraton in those days before COVID for a good time, I usually invite him because then he told me he was living in Ikorodu. That's how life, that's why his topic today is from employee to employer. When he was an employee, he will finish work in Ikoyi here and move to Ikorodu. Who knows what time he will get there and what time he will come back. So I said, come and enjoy yourself with me in Sheraton. He said, no, the traffic, blah, blah, blah. I didn't mind. I kept insisting, no sure. So I didn't see him until 2 years ago, physically, but I kept business with him. When he was organizing a a birthday, 50th birthday for the younger sister in my domot, Maryland. He invited me. Something told me to give it back to him. He's been turning down my own invitations. Why would I go for his own? But being human, I decided to go. I saw him for the first time 2 years ago. Come and see the event center, choked up. He didn't even have time for me. I said, wow. So no wonder this man doesn't think Sheraton is all at all. I saw him for the first time there. We shook hands, I introduced, but no time for me. He just assigned 1 or 2 people to take care of my orders. I left it at that because I'm not one who will be harassing people, etc., especially big boys like him. But 2 months ago, or 45 days ago, a month and a half ago or so, one of my friends, he would have been here, our cousins, but he went for some burial functions in Ozobolo. He was insisting he wants to open an account. He wants to physically go and open a stock account. I said, you know, I'm a retiree. Why would you, every time you want something, you force me out of my bed? I volunteered to go with him. That was the second day I'm seeing this big boy. We went to his office, number 80, Norman Williams, and I was told he has crossed over from becoming employee to employer. And he crossed over to the very next building, number 82, Norman Williams. We saw that day, etc., etc. And it was the meeting of that day that is bringing him to this place. Because I've been inviting him for this conference since October 2023. He's been having one problem or the other. Sometimes he will tell me he's abroad. And he will show me a picture of the place so that I don't think he's lying. So, my very good friend, Otumba Muewa Adeyemi, the one I called Owoni Koko, this stage is yours. Leo, come and adjust. He wants to use his own computer. Snap feature when he comes. 2 of us. Otumba. Yes. Lubia. Have you? Good.
Thank you, sir.
The stage is yours.
Thank you so
Major.
much. Thank you so much. My own chief, I call him my own chief. Whenever chief has the opportunity to introduce me to people. Okay, yeah, thank you. I don't know. Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Okay, all right. How do I presentation mode? I used to forget. I think it's one of these F. No. I think I'll do it here. Don't worry. Okay, that's it. Thank you. That's it. Why? Okay, so I can have. Okay. Okay, while my brother is fixing my laptop, let me take out time to thank Chief. He's my own chief because he has taken special interest in me. He's a target man. He will tell you if he wants to achieve anything. He has a way of getting it done. And the more important thing for me in his character is he does not take it to heart. Somebody like me, unfortunately, will have turned him to my enemy. Because what's wrong with this man now? What do you know that other people don't know? Why are you just making things very, very difficult? But I tell you, he's a good man, a good heart. And that's why you can see from his speech, his opening speech that he made, he has not held anything bad. And it's not as if he has any issues with the government, but he's just telling them the truth. And then it makes me also to appreciate him more again. And Chief, I can assure you today again, anytime you call me, as God lives, I will come. because I still have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn. So thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome you all. My name is Olumuyiwa Adeyemi, and Chief will call me Wonkoko, because for me, as a man, that money matter well. Money matters a lot. It does matter, especially in this climate that we find ourselves. We have families who are looking up to us. You need to take care of yourself. Some of our content creators will tell you, pray Nigeria does not happen to you. When it happens to you, especially when it comes to health, all those monies one is amassing and keeping, in a small time, it will just fizzle away. Because the health system is not really working, and it's not delivering value to Nigerians. It's quite unfortunate, but I believe the Almighty is still on the throne. One day we'll get there. So my work here is not much. I have a couple of slides I'm going to share, but for me, the way I do my presentation is so I can be sure you are listening to what I'm saying. It's always in a interactive kind of way. I'll throw questions at you. Please be ready. Don't let me embarrass you, because if you are sleeping, I might give you a knock, not directly, not physically, but there are ways of getting that done. It's important we all listen to ourselves. We can learn from ourselves. So it will be interactive, so that we can take value back home. So the topic given to me by my good chief at the 6th edition of BLAKEY'S National Economic Conference is deliberate choices, how service, loyalty, and discipline shapes a life of integrity. I say to you today, Chief has taken time to talk about loyalty, but the real loyalty is not the Nigerian kind of loyalty. I can say that proudly, because when you are loyal to people and they cannot tell them the truth, then it is just it's wash. You are not saying, because I'm loyal to you, I should have an opinion. I'm happy to inform the House that I'm a proud father, and I give my children the opportunity to tell me their opinion. I cannot throw something at you and you must have an opinion. And guess what? Because I'm your father does not mean that my opinion must be your opinion. You must tell me, because if you say because my daddy will see this way, and because of that you say that, you must tell me, you must explain to me why that opinion is your choice. If you're not able to do that, then of course you have not been truthful. So loyalty in Nigeria form is not the real loyalty, and but in my own way, I also came from a family that is not wealthy, but just comfortable, and I'd gone through school, and the only thing that had set me apart from some other people is consistency, and loyalty and discipline. Just the words that the good chief has put together. I left school some 30 years ago, and I tell you, it took me that long to now say, okay, it's time to have something that you can call your own. And that's why that is how we gave birth to Gravitas. Gravitas Securities Limited is a stockbroking firm that was born late last year, and I'll tell you more about Gravitas, but because it's a journey of being an employee to being an employer. But for us to have this understanding, forgive me. Sorry, sir. Excuse me. How does it work? I want my slide to move.
Could you send to this?
Oh, okay, this PC. Oh, I can do that.
Are you online? Can you send my email?
Yeah, okay, I will.
Let him bring. When they start, you come and take. He sleep at night. He sleep at night.
The email is
Alimba, ALINB, please help me. Okay. Yeah.
as if
No. Are you on?
yeah, I'm not, yeah, I'm using my internet now,
Okay.
That's
Going
the
to
one.
the-
so I can unplug this.
Yes.
Apologies, please. We
Sure, I still seeing this one.
I'm not connected your.
No, it's even the. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, it's fine. Okay. All right. Apologies for that slight break in transmission. So I think we're just going to run. We are used to that in Nigeria. We're very used to that. All right. So I have a couple of slides, like I said, that we'll just run through together. Like I said, it's going to be more interactive. So I have so many questions that I'll push back at us. Yes. A couple of slides that would give us an introductory part of this slide, the cons and pros of being an employee, the pros and cons of being an employer of labor, transformational reality that we have today in Nigeria, some key steps to break through, why today is a good time to launch out, and then basic entry requirements. Because I am a stockbroker, I've been a broker all my working life, more than about 30 years now. So what I will speak more about is the capital market, is the market that I know so much about. But I can tell you that it's not so very different from other parts or other professions in Nigeria or even across the world. So, but we'll talk more of the basic requirements to come into our market, and the entry strategies and the types of licenses. Because for us, we want we we have more than 220 Nigerians, and only have stockbrokers, we're not up to 200. And then the current stockbrokers, 200. Stockbrokers, yes. Registered stockbrokers, 200. A little below 200. There's about 180, 183 stockbrokers across Nigeria. And then we have the very active investors, like my good chief here. There are less than 6 million amongst the more than 200 million Nigerians we have. So we still need more brokers to come on board and do the needful, so that we can get to homes. If you remove Port Harcourt, you remove Abuja, you remove Lagos. Other parts of Nigeria, they are not really enjoying the benefits of the equity market. So we still need some more brokers. So that's why I'm going to talk so much about the kind of licenses that are available, that we can encourage other professionals to also come deal in. The employer-employee journey in Nigeria, the reality, especially in 2025, we've won so much issues since this current administration came on board. So much issues. Like Chief rightly said, well, the intentions might be right, but the format of implementation has been very, very wrong. And that is why we are where we are today. The intentions might be right, but the means at which it's been executed, it has caused more pain than solutions that were supposed to be the plan. So, well, who is an employer? Madam, who is an employer? From your own, at least. It's obvious you have, I know you have chains of businesses across. So who is an employer? Well, tell us your name, so that we can know.
My name is Uche Amatu.
Okay, Madam Uche, you're welcome, So who is an employer?
An employer is somebody that employs who has hire staff or puts on the labor market to its own organization.
So if you just hire me like this, I'll become.
And he pays them salary.
God bless you. It's that wages part that makes it. But guess what, auntie, in green. So if, for example, now I need to quickly get to my office, I don't want to drive, and now get a Uber guy to take me to my office, have I employed him? No, I have not. Ogami?
No, technically.
Yes.
For that period.
Yes.
For that period, technically, yes.
Can I force him to do what? Can I insist on him getting things done? Or for example, he probably pulls up his map, and his map says the best route to follow within 10 minutes is go through Freedom Way. And I'm saying no. And I'm saying no, because I'm paying you for this period. You must first go back to Aja. You know, when you employ somebody, you have control over him or her. You can say, Oga, this Saturday that you said you won't come, you must come, because we need to clean up the office, we need to set up, there are some records, we have a report that we must generate. And guess what? Because you have employed him, you have control. But you don't have control over that Uber guy. So that's what makes it a different kind of employee. You can say it's employing to an extent, but you can see you don't have control.
Sorry, let me add on this Obama.
Yes, sir.
This morning, I used Uber to call.
Okay.
So when he entered my estate, I said, "Do you know around?" He said, "I said, okay, I will direct you." As I started directing him the way he should follow, he says, "No, that he wants to go through the other side." I was sitting at the back. I couldn't hold him. He was now moving up and down.
Waste money.
Just the other side. All of a sudden, I say, "Do you know where you are going?" He says, "Yes, he wants to get to Ikorodu." I say, "If you get to this Ikorodu road, you have to go to Maryland to
Turn.
Instead of turning in and turning, what are you doing?" So at that time, I raised my voice. An elderly man, and he now agreed to turn, and I now started directing him. He wasn't my employee.
Exactly. Exactly.
It had its own control.
Exactly.
Not that this control was way off.
Exactly. So, in terms of being an employer, you have control, you pay wages, you provide work tools. The Uber man came with his tool, his Uber now. You know,
GPS.
he came with exactly those are his work tools. He came with he had followed the car before he came to your house to pick you up, and then you can fire and hire. But we cannot say because the man messed up, sir. We cannot tell Uber to fire him.
Oh.
You can't fire him. So that's what sets you apart from an. He can turn down his service, but that does not make him. It does not suffer much. Somebody that comes that has planned to collect salary at the end of the month, and you see because he has become fraudulent, you fire him immediately. He has lost out. It goes beyond just firing him. You can also put his name out there. You can report him to the police. In our market, for example, you cannot report him to SEC. That ends his life as a capital market operator. You know, so that sets you apart from. Those are different kind of employees. So now, Ogami, who is an employee? You know, at least we've seen who an employer is. Who is an employee, sir? For survivor. God bless you, sir. You know, okay, Chief, you have sharp people around here. For survivor. Much respect, sir. So I've made it very, very simple. I said any person who works for another person or an organization under a contract of employment and gets paid for it. I hope you're making sense. So there are cons and pros as benefits of being an employer, and there are also the negatives of being an employer. So the benefit of being an employer is that we have fixed income. Whether business come or not, that's your own business as the owner of the business. Whether business comes, whether it rains fire and brimstone, when it is day for salary that you guys have agreed, you must pay salary. So there's fixed income, salary gives and predict, and then you can also plan on your salary as an employee. It does not concern you. You have children in school. You tell the owner or proprietor of the school, hey, Mr. Owner, please, on the 20th, will be paid salary. So on the 21st, I'll send your school fees. You can predict, you can plan. You can tell your children that I think in June we should go on vacation because you are going to, of course, you are delivering service to the owner of the business, but guess what? He will also pay you your benefits, so you can plan based on that. Even inflation could hit you negatively, but at least you are sure of the funds coming in. The risk for you as an employee is very, very low. The man has invested money. Let us use our capital market for an example. Let's say the market has done very, very well. Done extremely very, very well in the past 1 year. And then this year, for example, now in the past 4 months, we have seen a lot of stocks rally up, and investors are shouting that they are so happy, excited. But guess what? In the market, there are some stocks that are coming down, even with the good news around. I'll give you one of the examples. That's Wando. Wando has traded as high as 55 naira this year. Every day you open the market, it comes down. Every day. It comes down every day. As I yesterday, it closed at 44 naira, I think. This morning I checked, it's doing 43 naira plus. Every day, just it inches down a little. So an investor, a business owner who has put all his monies into Wando, for example, since January, believing that it's probably going to get to 100 naira or beyond, and it's coming down, he can't sell. If he sells, he has taken losses. But guess what? The people he has employed in his office, he will have to pay them. So we can see but for the employer, for the people that he has employed, he's paying them, whether he makes money in Wando or not. Benefits, some firms pay benefits. They do HMOs, they do have 13-month salaries. They can even provide transportation for their staff. Those are benefits that employees alone would enjoy. Then skills. They can also, some very good companies that I have worked for in the past, from the beginning of the year, you have a list of trainings you want to go during the year. And guess who pays? your employer pays. So those are benefits that employees will enjoy. What about the negative part of it? Cost of living can be really killing. Inflation, as we speak, is out of the roof, is off the roof. To feed is a lot of problem to feed. But guess what? Your salary is fixed already. So you have a fixed salary for, let's say, $1 million per month. And then the cost of living is now 1.2 million naira. You cannot complain to anybody. The insecurity of your job is also a negative. The employer of labor can decide to fire you, to be for a good cause. And guess what? If the business is also operating, suddenly collapses, tell you to go. We cannot put you in the office and not be able to pay you. So the security is also high out there. And then the culture might not fit what you want. All right? But if your employer of labor says this is how things must be done, when you come to office on Fridays, you must come with short knicker. You must come with shorts. You must wear your shorts to come. So those ones don't have, there's nothing you can do about it. Then tax burden. There are various kinds of taxes that you have to pay as an employer of labor, as an employee. You don't place to hide, because most employers, they remove all these taxes from the source. So it is the balance that you get. Then the life as an employer of labor, the benefits now, you have control. You set the vision. Nobody's asking you a question. You set the vision, the culture, you can direct. The upside is you don't also have a salary limit. If you're doing very, very fantastically well, you can put all the burden of your expenses on the company. Nobody's going to ask you why, you know. And then you can create jobs, solve problems, and the benefits can actually be out there. Then the negative part of being an employer of labor is cost. It is, Chief, it was when January started that I knew that there is something called cost. Because before now, we have a budget every year. When it's November, we shut down, we have a budget, and then what will approve the budget. And guess what? Whether if the diesels will be supplied, the salaries will come, but now, I had to go and do inverter. When in January alone, I spent 2 million on diesel. January alone. Office. Wow. Office. I spent 2 million. I have the record. 2 million naira on diesel. Because the place we decided to locate our office, we don't have light. Unfortunately, it's supposed to be in Banquet, but we don't have light.
That's the reason why you decided to go on
inverter.
Maybe they will be spending 2 billion.
Yes. So if as a small company that has a limited number of staff, and our work will not start up until thinking work for me will not start up until 5. That's what I think. And then you shut down or you pay more diesel. So the cost for me is out of the world. That's when I knew that work. And then now I also pay salaries. Before now, I never used to pay salaries. I collect my own salary and I move on. Now I work to pay salaries. People look up to me. Whenever it is the 20th of the month, I start asking, come, what do we have there? Because in another 3-4 days, we must make payments. So I now pay salaries, and the cost is just out of the world.
You can't give the employee a reason why you...
No, sir. That is not of their... It's none of their business. Nothing concerns them, because they've also made plans. So it is when you become an employer of labor that you understand that there's something cost that you used to know is the small fry. You now do the proper costing. And now also, as an employer of labor, the regulators see you differently. That's when you know that FRS is somewhere. That's when you know that the people just from nowhere, they put I got a call yesterday, and they were telling me that they sent a letter to us on the 16th already, that I had not responded to it. Before now, maybe I wouldn't have gotten such a letter as an employee. But and then, sir, in business, the most difficult that I've seen in the past 4 months, the most difficult element of production I've seen is labor.
Is what?
Labor. Before now, I I am not the best of persons, all right, but I've had very fantastic relationship with people that I've worked with for the past 30 years. And I was shocked to my bone marrow when I now told them that, well, guys, I'm going to do other things. Come and join me. Let's go on this journey together. Because they didn't have certainty that salaries would come. Ogami, they no come. Oh. There are two people that I got back home, I cried. I'm like, no, I cannot. Because these are people that I had empowered so well by God's grace. Financially, and they are stronger today. But they are not sure Gravitas will survive. They felt it is a very competitive environment. And the customers are satisfied in these companies now. Why would they want to follow you? They've forgotten that it goes beyond service. Also, relationship comes into it. Two, one of them, a young copper that nobody wanted to employ. I employed him. I said, no, come. I can see value in you. We'll build you up. I now built this guy up. He's now working. And I said, okay, guy, come. Let's come and do this thing. This thing I taught you. I'll be running after so many other things. So you can be doing this other thing. Come. The guy told me, no. I told my parents said I should not come. The other one, a lady, she was supposed to be my compliance person. Said she was praying. Said she was praying that she has not heard from God. Said she was praying about it, that she's still praying. You know, but guess what? Thank God we have moved on. As a matter of fact, the lady that we now employed has even impressed me beyond my imagination. I didn't know she was going to do that because she's fresh, but she's a chartered accountant and she has really keyed into the vision, and I'm enjoying her. But you know, the initial disappointment, thank God I was able to shake it off. And then you now have a lot of young people jackpying. I'm sure that word is not new to us. A lot of people are now leaving the country, not because they want to leave, but because they are not seeing the renewed hope that Chief talked about. They were not seeing it. They are not seeing it. So you tend to have most of your staff leave you when you least even expect it. And cash flow, we talked about salary. I can never stop talking about it. Your staff, we must find a way. You cannot build a good brand over 30 years and you now want to tarnish your image. So and I'm a stockbroker, my word is my bond. So make sure that salaries are paid. Then taxes, as an employer, you will see them plenty. So a lot of them that they came to my office, they're asking for TV license. You know, so those are part of the negative of being an employer of labor. Then for me, I said, well, there's something I call current reality. Employers are pushing for automation right now. Before now, in a stockbroking firm, you can have as much as maybe 15, 20 staff, but we try to reduce the number of people that come as physical, and then we are doing so much of technology right now. I've done a lot of technology in research. I've outsourced my research department instead of putting somebody on board who will also be taking time to sleep most of the time. And use the data we have, use the internet, use the space, and still will not deliver. So I've outsourced that. Then technology for us is the way forward, is the only way. Technology now has also reduced the number of marketers we have on board. We don't need marketers again. What you need to just do is make sure that your system can reach across the world. We have customers across the world. I've gotten a call today, this morning, from Canada, you know, and it has to do with the market. One of our customers. You can imagine picking up an individual to travel to Canada to go and talk to a customer. The cost is so. For us now, the benefits for us, the reality check for us is we are doing more of automation, outsourcing so much of our roles, and then the results are beautiful already. Then I felt I should also throw this out there. I call it the employee-employer twist. You know, your mindset, things you must deal with if you want to move from that level of being an employee to an employer. Your mindset must first change. And I highlighted here, as an employee, you sell your time. That's what you're selling. But as an employer of labor, you buy other people's time. Income stops coming the very moment you stop working. If, for example, now, Oga makes me angry, I'm working, I say, Oga, pack your things, Oga, go home. from that instant, especially if it's for a reason that is negative, that is not proud to tell the world, his income stops from that moment. But on the other side, income depends on the system that you're able to generate, and then people working for you. Problems as an employee, when you are on a desk and you have issues, you can only escalate your problem to the top. But when you are the owner of the business, when there are problems, you must solve the problem. You are not taking the problem to anybody. The problem must end on your desk. You worry about salary as an employee, but as an employer of labor, you worry about making payroll every 30 days. For you, success is when you are successful as an employee, they promote you. But when I'm successful as a business owner, business survives, it grows. So another point I feel we should also talk about is the steps that you need to put into your head when transitioning, because at one point we all get there. If you are working with someone and they are celebrating you, the best analyst, is a lie. It's just a matter of time. Something will happen, business strategy might change, and then they will tell you, we're sorry, yes, you are good, you've delivered, you've given us value, but you have to go. So let's have that mindset to become employers of labor. So I have like two phases that can help you. The first one is, while you are still working now, set aside funds. Get all the required trainings that you need. All the trainings, all the certifications that is needed. And then, you should also start testing waters. I started testing waters more than 10 years ago. Just have a good, please, more importantly, your word. That's those brokers that said your word, your bond. Those words, it's easier for you to say. Chief will say no. And no, that's why I so love the man. He will never tell you yes when he meant no. And he will not try to paint it. He will tell you the way it is. Whether you like it or not, take it, because it makes it easy for you as an individual. If he says to you no, he does not have to think about it again and say yes again. No, he say no, because they're asking me to do something that I cannot do. No, it's not going to work. So as a potential employer of labor, please have a mindset to say the truth all the time. It has a way of paying off. Then you should also have relationship with the regulators. It is key. I know what we have achieved in the past 4 months. These were things that people don't achieve even in a year. I think, Chief. So I will run through. Then, how about okay? So the second phase for me is what I call launch and hire. You can register a property. You have to register a company. That's in capital market. Have a company. Do it the right way. The right way is the only way. If you don't do it, if somebody is telling you, I know you can have shortcuts, there is always a negative to that. So do it the right way. Register a company, and then because you need it to open a bank account. These days, you cannot do business again without having a bank account. Even those women that sell vegetables in the market, when you go to them and you buy stuff, they have an OP account. So do it the proper way. Then hire. Start with a contract. Because of the cost, we try to bring down cost. If you're not making so much funds yet, bring down cost so you can outsource most of those roles, and then have proper job description and make sure that it's properly. Make sure you monitor the staff so that they do the proper thing. Then funding goes beyond your imagination. When we started this journey, it was supposed to be, it's not going to cost you more than X amount. I tell you, I've done more than 3 times of that amount. There are some costs that you cannot put in paper for now that will show face. So, well, I knew responsibilities that you are inheriting that you didn't know about. Salary keeps popping up, taxes talked about, and then labor law. These days now, because of internet, employers, they have knowledge. Whatever you agree with your employees, please have it properly documented. You as an employer of labor, make sure you read it and understand what you're putting down. because there are rules that would can set you on fire. Then risk. We also run a lot of risk as capital market operators. If you employ somebody within your system, make sure you do your findings about this individual, because we have seen some companies die today, not because of the owners of the business, but the people that they have employed. And that's why SEC, in their wisdom, said we should have fidelity bond, so that the 20% of the assets of the investment of customers have it insured. So if you are so unlucky, one is unlucky, you employ somebody that becomes fraudulent, at least you would reduce the impact on the employer of labor. Now I've talked about diesel. That one will hit you. It will hit you firmly on the face. Common pitfalls in Nigerian in Nigeria, in our country. Please avoid employing friends, my relatives. Most times you won't be able to even fire them. Most times they'll tell you that it's our business. Sir.
Don't employ anybody you cannot fire.
So please avoid it. Please go out there. There are a lot of job platforms that can. It will help you do a good analysis before you bring them in. And then don't also say because we are in competition, we are charging lower than the required lower than your cost. Because it's just a matter of time. You want to be removing your own money and be using it to pay for service? No. So please, that's another one. Then HR.
Sorry, economists say don't sell below average cost.
Happens.
If you sell below average cost, you go out of business immediately.
It is a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. So Jackpa is still one issue that we don't have control over, and you blame these young men that are jackpotting, or these young women. You don't blame them. So, but a way around it is we continue to build the processes. If you build the processes, that whether someone is in or not, process will work. Yeah. When a new person comes in, can just go through the manual of operation and kick in within a short time. And then mixing personal funds with business funds, please avoid it, because it is the fastest way to collapsing your business. Yeah, I've been saying that 2026 is the year as a stockbroker, and I'm encouraging you all, madam, please, I don't mind paying for your CIS form. Come and join us. I think we want people like you more in the market. Don't mind my chief. My chief is old, but we'll have a way of encouraging him to come. All right. That's a word to you. I'll pay for your CIS form. Come and join us. We need more hands. So this year is the year, and then we have more. But that's stockbroker. You should do the trade yourself. Do the trade yourself. I'll pay for your form. I'll give that to you. So and then the tools, we have more tools in the market right now. So many 15, 20 years ago when I was with Lead Capital, okay, if I don't get to the market, I cannot trade. No matter where you are, if you're outside Lagos, you just know that you are not trading for that day. You must leave Lagos anyway, Ikeja, you travel to the stock exchange. All that has changed now. And like I mentioned to Madam, this morning we have a platform in Gravitas that that can also make you trade. You don't have to be a stockbroker to trade. But the difference, what sets you apart from a stockbroker, is I can trade for all of us here, but you will only trade on your account. Now, of course, if your child decides to give you his or her password, of course, you can trade on his or her behalf. But technology has really helped us. We have customers across the world, in the UK, in America, even in Europe. We have customers that cut across. They trade every day. Talent pool. Many skilled people are unemployed. They are underemployed right now. A lot of people are doing what they don't want to do. You see a graduate, say he has a barbing salon. What's he doing there? You see a graduate that has what do they call that thing?
POS.
POS, that have POS. You know, they're all under
Driving Uber.
Uber. A lot of them. So it's just for us to identify these people, encourage them to come to the market, and they will help all of us. See, I have a stockbroker now. I've added a stockbroker to our list. Madam is joining us. And then FX issues, logistics, it's just we have not gotten it right yet. We haven't gotten it right yet. But I'm a positive person, so I believe that with time, the people that are running us aground right now, they will leave, and then the more serious people will come on board, and then we'll get all these power issues. We'll get it right. What is there in generating power? What is there in generating power? Why must I have 1,800 to change my naira to pounds? Why must I have 1,400 to change my naira to dollars? You know, but I know I'm positive that something good will happen in Nigeria in Jesus' name. All right, the bottom line for us is transforming from an employee to an employer of labor means you must stop renting out your skills and start building an engine that rents other people's skills. You trade securities for upside and complaints for responsibility. That's if you want to become, that's the twist for you. And then the final one, I think the requirements for setting up a stockbroking firm. Madam, I want you to have a stockbroking firm, which you have by God's grace. The minimum, there is capital. Capital is a capital market instrument platform, so it requires capital, as in good capital. Before now, it used to be 500 million for broker dealer. That has been changed. It used to be, we have 3 levels of brokers. It used to be, you are a stockbroker, just broker alone, which means you can trade for people. You can have an account, you cannot trade your own proprietary account, or you're a dealer. Dealer means you cannot have customers like this. You only have your proprietary account to trade. So you're either buying for yourself or you're selling for yourself. Then the third one, which is where most of us try to practice, is the broker-dealer license. So it's a combination of trading for people and then trading for your own portfolio. So it has a long list of requirements. I will share that with Chief so that he can put it on the platform for potential stockbrokers to come on board. We need more people to come on board, really. We do need. The licenses that you require comes from SEC. Unfortunately for us in the market, we don't have, SEC has not issued new licenses in more than 10 years. So what licenses that you have now are licenses of previous owners selling. The license that Gravitas purchased was sold by Nova MBL. Nova MBL is the subsidiaries of Nova Bank. I think they had approached CBN for a commercial bank license. They used to be a merchant bank, and CBN has said to them, sell off your subsidiaries so that you can focus more on your core banking role. And so they put up the license for sale, which we were able to buy. So for you to practice as a stockbroker, yes, you have to approach SEC, get a license from SEC, you have to register it with the Nigerian Exchange. CSCS, they are the platform that takes care, they are custodian. They keep your shares on behalf of customers. Then Fidelity Bond, I mentioned Fidelity Bond before now. Fidelity Bond, that is a form of insurance in case you have a staff who becomes fraudulent. At least something that will reduce the pressure on you. Then, of course, professional indemnity insurance is also part of what you need. Well, it is, so this slide will just highlight what you need to become a broker, and that's about it. So this slide still makes reference to what I talked about. Is that you're a broker dealer, or you're a dealer. But now SEC has also added 3 more levels to it. It can either become a sub-broker digital, or sub-broker corporate, and then a sub-broker as individual. All this is just to encourage more people to come and participate in our market. And then this final one is a form of advice to all of us. The reason it took me, for example, almost 20 years to start Gravitas is because of fear. So I have this quote that I went to look for. I'm going to share it with all of us. Let it just continue to ring in our head, and it is just to encourage us. I said, life begins where fear ends. Face your fear. Fear fades when action begins. Face your fear, or they will forever control you. The only limits are the ones you set in your mind. Nobody is limiting you. It is when you say, I cannot do it. When people say you cannot do it, it's even easier for you to even fight and say, I can do it. So make sure that that's your fear. Don't let it limit you. Take control of your life. Don't let fear ruin it. Life may test you, but it cannot break your spirit. In the face of adversity, a man finds his true power. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Please, I need questions, please. I always love questions when it comes to this market. Because, yes, please. Okay.
You said that there are shares being to drop.
Yes.
And I read recently that Seplat is like going. What's the main?
Integrity now, madam. Integrity. Integrity. Wando has not paid dividend in more than 10 years, ma. Yes.
So confidence from
Last February, there was a report that says they want to come and do right issue. It's failing already. It has failed.
Who will buy?
Why will I put my money in a venture that I'm not sure it will come back? Forget profit. Don't give me profit. Let my principal come back. It will fail. Seplat is 10,000 naira, man. I hope you are aware.
10,450.
10,800. That's not 10.
800.
10,800 this morning.
Wow.
Aradel came from the blues. Aradel is almost touching. He has done 1,000. It was 1,490 yesterday. I've seen 1,500 this morning now.
That was a stock I wanted to buy sometime last year at 500 and.
So you can see. So it's about. It is still in this banking sector that we're talking about GTB that has paid 11.75 kobo as dividend, while the likes of UBA is struggling. Because I'm hearing that CBA is not very comfortable with the numbers, and I'm hearing stories of a 2 naira dividend. You know, how? It doesn't just make sense. When Zenith Bank has led the shores of Nigeria to go and list on the Nigerian on the London exchange.
Zenith has listed?
Yes, it's listing. No, it's going to list. It's listing.
Okay.
It's listing and are paying 8 naira dividend. GTB is listed last year. No, not GTB. I said UBA. I said it's not confirmed. It's still in the grapevine. It's not confirmed. So you can see it has to do with, apart from integrity does matter. It does matter. But public, exactly. You are not true to what you say. You come, you have paparazzi do all that. You pay reporters. They say all sorts of things. But deep inside, you know that you are killing people. Some investors bought Wando at 70 naira. It's paying 43 naira today. So if I was your brother, and I say, you know about market, I want to buy. I heard Wando. I know you tell you not to buy now. No client. I cannot remember the last time I told a client to buy Wando. I cannot remember.
But what drove the price last year to almost 90 naira?
Well, I'm on.
No.
Wando.
People paid money last year.
People make the more. It's an elder. He's the only one that can talk. I cannot talk.
For your license.
Okay, my question.
Yes, sir.
Why, or what exactly do you think is the individual reasons why we don't have enough stockholders outside the military?
I think, for me, I think it has to do more with information not going out enough.
Or you think market is small?
Market is not small. Like I said, like I mentioned now, one of the strategies I brought on board when I was in Atlas was I looked for young people who understood the market. The reason I'm telling Madame to come, because I know she has a network of more than maybe 200, maybe 1 million people. maybe 1,000 people. If she understands equity very, very well, and she can trade, she can educate them to trade, all our customers become my customers indirectly. We'll share commission together. So the point is, the information is not getting out there. One of my my church member reached out to me yesterday. I didn't even know the man still had my number. I know he greeted me and sent me the notice he got from Coronation, and he's saying to me that he has not looked at market in more than 8 years, but he wants to start looking at it. So information that happened, what happened in 2007, 2008, chased a lot of people out of the market, and some people cannot just recover from it. That market crash, it killed. Some people died. Some people have not been able to come out of it till today. So for people that probably went to the bank, borrowed 100 million naira, put it in the market and lost everything, what story do you want to tell them about the market that they will believe? They've forgotten that the market has become better regulated now. Before now, there was a stock, I can't remember the name right now, but that time, that stock was under lock and key. It was locked. No operation happening in that company. Guess what? Every day the price was going up. In 2007.
I benefited from one of such.
Every day the stock was gaining points. So at some point, there's another company that is listed right now. I will not mention the name. That stock started from somebody wanted to buy that stock, and they agreed, wanted to take over the company. I think it was going to buy about 75% of it. They agreed for 2 naira. Somehow, I don't know who sold the dummy to some people, and then they started buying that. That stock went as high as 8 naira.
Did he eventually buy?
The application is still with the regulators. I don't want to devolve too much. But the point is, that company is not working today, sir. I can say that to you.
I told you in that 2000 and whatever, when I was in IMT or so, my internship or whatever, I worked in that company. I can mention the name Ferdinand Oil. So I knew at a point that they collapsed. 2007, around that bullish time, I saw the stock moving up every day. So I just said, let me, technical analysis, let me join and benefit. One day I told my stockbrokers then, PSC, Park Securities, please sell some of it so that I can get
my initial investment back.
They made a mistake and sold everything.
Everything.
Oh, I shouted at the lady that made the mistake. She said, okay, can we buy it back tomorrow? I said, no. Less than 5 or 10 working
days after.
Yeah. The SEC or NGS closed down the company, and that was it.
Yeah.
So I got my money back out of structural error by
yes, your money back and your profits, everything came back.
The profit was so much.
So, but if I think we need to do so much about educating Nigerians. We need more, because for me, I think we need more stockbrokers. We don't have enough of them. We need brokers that can go.
Stocks in Nigerian stock exchange.
Yeah, no, don't.
What is 200?
It's more than that.
I run that in every day. It's 112, 120.
Wait,
no.
And out of that 120, a lot of them don't move.
Hey, wait, sir. You have narrowed the capital market instrument to equities alone. It goes beyond equities.
Wait, okay.
We have bonds, equities. Well, we have bonds, and guess what? Nigeria will not die. We'll still get better. More companies will be listed. More instruments will come to the market. As we speak now, we have 4 exchanges in Nigeria. Apart from equities and Nigerian exchange, there's NASD, there's Lagos Commodity Futures Exchange, and there's FMDQ. Other markets, other products.
No, what we are saying is only NGX that information, you can get information.
No, NASD is coming up too. It's a matter of time.
We started FMDQ.
Yes. But you people who are using you held FMDQ. You don't want us to see.
But it's because what happens in FMDQ is beyond a lot of stockbrokers.
No, I don't think so.
They don't have, and again, the money required to do business with FMDQ is very
billions. We don't have the money now.
You need to buy a lot bond is 250 million.
And
I'm sure we would have increased it by now. But there was a time they tried to open secondary markets for brokers. They couldn't meet up. But again, that is not to say that people who want to come to the market should not. But like you said, I think a lot of education is required.
Yeah.
People need
Very,
to-
very.
People need to
It used to happen over
train.
20, 30 years.
Yeah. The equities market that is thriving so very well now. When I freshly came to the market, they used to carry certificate around on Broad Street. I'll be begging for people to buy it.
See you big to a large extent.
Get there.
And it is those of you who
get
are in
We
the
will
floor.
get, Ogami, we will get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll
Is
get
it
there.
not- was it not you that is posting the kind of movement in some stocks? You know, when I was with United Capital, you get to see those information because during every Monday we hold a meeting to say what and what is happening. You see some movement that you cannot see on the face of the market, and those are the things. that
Ogami,
move
when you become a
the
stock,
market.
come and become a
That's what I'm
stockbroker.
saying now. So all of us cannot be stockbrokers.
Why?
All of us cannot be stockbrokers.
Why?
We can trade from outside.
Hey, well,
That's
yeah,
what he said.
That's it now. That's why we have a platform that can help you to trade.
Does Gravitas have a platform?
Yes, we have a platform.
What's the name of the platform?
It's called Gravitas Platform. Is it? Yeah.
Because me, I use
Bamboo.
no, I don't use those agency platforms.
Yeah.
I use FSDH and
This is our platform.
Morgan.
Yeah, give it to me, to
Yes.
my daughter
Let me
today.
see.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Okay.
I use FSDH.
What time are you going?
It's something,
I have-
but
I
I
have-
use
I
Morgan
have-
Capital.
I have.
It used to be Morgan.
Okay, used to be in
I
Morgan.
was in Morgan for 5 years. I
Ah.
stabilized Morgan
From
Capital
Morgan to
to Atlas.
Atlas portfolio,
And now to
and now to the permanent
Well,
place.
This Ghanaian guy,
Paul
the
Kufon.
owner of this thing. Yeah.
Paul Kufon is
He
there.
doesn't have a business continuity.
Don't worry about that. we are working on something with him.
Uh-huh. You guys should try and work with it because
Yeah.
I know that the honest truth is that you are right. Nigerian market has improved significantly. It has.
Anytime I carry this thing, I get inspiration.
Eh.
So let me carry it. The Stargate speaker
Thank you, sir.
has just finished, and I was so inspired. And I tell you a story. I normally tell stories. When one of my friends is equally a member of our team, has been on this podium for 3-4 times or so. When NMPC wanted to come to the capital market, his friend who got a consulting assignment, training assignment for NMPC, approached him to source for speakers, facilitators, etc. He approached me and listed the topics, and I said, for this one, I will do it on corporate governance. And for this other one, I will look for person to come over and assist you. I approached my very good friend. That time, I don't think, we haven't met physically or so, 2 years ago. I approached him, he dodged and said instead to give me somebody, a stockbroker who is into that field. The person he gave has been on this podium for 2-3 times.
Yeah, Charles.
And I kept imagining, probably this man knows only how to trade. He doesn't know how to disseminate information, how to share knowledge. But something tells me that he has something here. And I keep insisting. He will tell me, he will share photos that he's abroad, he won't come that time, photo that he was in Abuja. I was like, how can a CEO not be able to stand the audience and share knowledge? So when I went to his office about 45 days ago, like I said, I told him, and he willingly accepted immediately. So something was telling me, probably because he's now an employer of labor, no longer employee of labor. He has his time now. He can bolt and tell his staff that I'm going somewhere. Nobody will query him. But if it was when he was employee, the board will be breathing down on him. So, thank you very much for letting me know that you have it.
Thank you. pleasure, sir.
And I normally take, when people are speaking, I have some silent points I pick. One of the ones I pick that will be beneficiary to me is when you said, having come here, you will come again.
I'll come again.
You said it,
I said
and
it.
it's on tape. Oh.
Yeah, I said it, sir. I
Don't
said
be
it.
Daniel Boala, who was denied everything.
No, sir, I am excited about you because this is selfless for you.
Yeah, it is.
Nobody's
actually.
paying. Nobody's paying you your time.
It is. Yeah.
And so the only thing we can do is to support.
To encourage and support.
To support you. That's the only
I
thing
gladly
we can do.
take
And
that. This young man here, he's been here for today will be about the 3rd, 4th, or 5th that he's coming.
Yes.
He came in and decided to flow with us. I think on the 1st or 2nd time he was on this podium, I made a promise to him which he probably didn't accept. He has MS, he has MSc, he has MBA. So I told him whenever he wants to go for the doctorate, that I will be supportive financially. But he hasn't accepted. So he must be looking at this man. This man, how much do you have a year? How much do you have a kitty to fund my doctorate? So thank you, Owoni Koko.
Yes, sir.
Money flows.
Amen.
What's the meaning of Owoni Koko self?
Money is the key.
Money is the key.
Is
What of
important.
Owolabi?
Oh, I born you with money.
Huh?
Born you.
No, they weren't born you with money, but you Owoni Koko. Thank you.
Thank you,
My
sir.
My
Thank you so
daughter has gone to bring breakfast or lunch, but you will put her through on this
that's
so
fine.
that she goes off a bamboo.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
and from there I will be trading because at times when I give a stockbrokers, especially PAC, PSC,
Takes forever.
about 15 years ago, 20, whenever I enter the office physically near law school, then I will tell them the source I will buy. They keep monitoring it. So after a while, because I used to go every day, after a while, what they now told me, confessed many years later, was that anytime I come in and I tell them the stocks to buy, they will first of all buy it for their own. Because the stocks will just be, it's like...
and they will not buy your own?
No, eventually they will buy.
No, they're not right now.
No, it's
Well,
not.
that's why we now give options
It's not a
to
question
customers.
of being right or wrong. The point is that they have taken statistics or graph of my stock request, and anytime it hits, it will be as if I was now their research person. So anytime you want to move another research person, just let us know.
Okay, sir.
So thank you,
sir.
and
Thank you so much. Thank
I will hold you to your promise.
Yes, I'll be here.
Huh? Let it not be the promise of if you don't see power, don't vote for me. Oh. Thank you. And greet Tunji for me. I'll be in your office before the end of the month. No, he's not going yet. At 1. It's not yet 1 now. Yeah, we are moving. We are moving. Today is the first day my keynote speech finished less than 1 hour.
I was wondering.
Yeah, normally it's 75 minutes. So we are moving, probably to catch up with the rain. 2 more speakers are here. Ambassador Mrs. Uche Amotoku and Mr. Emeka Atuma, FCA. So let me have my own. Oh. So Uche, when you're ready, let's take it from the. Thank you. Let's take it from the capital, from the real estate angle. Chairman, you can go. Let's snap a group photo. I beg. Let's all snap group photo. The people that have gone to work, I don't know why they are not here yet. Let's say, come and snap us group photo. Or let that lady snap us the group photo. Why, lady? Come and use this to snap us group photo. So that when I tell them Owoni Koko was there, nobody should doubt me. What's your name? Huh? You know me? Huh.
You say joy life.
Come and join us. 2 of you come and join us. Okay, let's take don't enter first. Don't enter first. Maybe for her, I want to know how to do it.
No landscape and portrait.
Portrait layers.
Very right. Today is the second or third day you are coming for this program. You've added some weight. Is that okay? Okay. You're, come and join. Every other person apart from her. Come and join.
Photo is fine.
That's it. If not, we take it to AI, sign it. The other day, I took photo in the church. So people were saying it's AI. How can no, thank you. How can AI?
Okay, send this photo so I can also upload it. Okay, let's
Let me see off and then tell me what I'm doing.
Chief, and what I'm meaning?
I think the move on how we go downstairs. I don't know what's wrong with that. You know where this place is? The place, restaurant. Is it here? Huh? I tell my sister that they are too crazy. You will see the place. Then we order some water from there. And one lady that used to supply us water, I didn't see her.
desktop.
Good to see you again, sir. Yes, sir.
The whole data frame object will also be taken to find a new one. In such a case,
Which are you getting ready? Will you put it in the computer? Okay. Leo, our tech assistant will be shoveling up now. When she comes, they will assist you. Leo, okay, come and set up this is for her. Is it not done for you to take away? Huh?
I have it on my laptop, but I also have it
Oh,
flash.
okay.
So anyway,
It doesn't.
Before you start, let me introduce you. When you
Okay.
people sit
Okay, sir.
Juliet, do me video.
Can you connect to the Wi-Fi and send to me via email?
Mike. I was sent to you via email.
Yes.
Okay. I put my phone. Let me send it to him on his email. Let me just send him. Let me send the PowerPoint to his email. The last 5 days. Okay. How will I send it now? Can I open? sent his email.
Where's the file? Where is it located?
I'm not sure. You need to send to me on my WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
Do you want to go to WhatsApp instead?
You can use the flash now.
No,
You don't have to
it's not compatible.
Oh, not compatible. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, you can't move it from here.
It's
No,
not
there's
compatible.
no slots that will size this. Yeah, it's
So
the
the switch
smaller.
behind.
No, it's the smaller one. Yeah,
So do you want the PDF or the PowerPoint?
PowerPoint. Okay.
I have to send it now. Maybe you can just send his email direct.
I don't want to forward to my WhatsApp.
I want to send it to you.
Email address. Okay.
You won't need this again. Should I take it? Or you hold
I'll
it?
just hold it first.
Is it sent?
Yes, check with that. What is it?
Sure.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that your email?
Alimbalio, yeah, that's right.
Alimbalio.
Have you sent it?
Let me check. No.
Or maybe we can save it to your WhatsApp.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so let's say this number. So send it to him on WhatsApp.
You know, it's here.
Who is it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll send it.
Mm-hmm. Should I give him that?
Okay.
When you finish, call me.
Let me see the tab. Okay. Then return.
Back and
Okay.
forth.
Okay.
Back and
Yeah, have you finished? Yes. Say when you finish, call me.
Yes.
Is it? Are
It's ready
people-
now.
Are people they are hearing us?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, madam. Second. Good afternoon once more. The first paper presenter, the star guest speaker, Otumba Adeyemi Owonikogo, has just finished, and we are proceeding with precision to the second paper to be delivered by Ambassador Mrs. Ucha Motoku, the CEO of Gibraltar Properties Limited, soon to become Gibraltar Properties PLC,
Wow.
from the discussion. I've known her, or rather she's known me during my days in All States Trust Bank. When I was in All States Trust Bank Forum and was contributing especially on investments, she took a liking for it. And when I set up Itozo Bola Intellectuals Forum on April 16, 2019, exactly 7 years today, she became one of our foundation members, pioneer members. And I saw her, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time on October 10, 2023, a Tuesday, at our maiden edition of BLAKEY'S National Task Conference at Fuller's Hotel and Suites, Anthony Village, Lagos.
And she stays on the island. I don't know which of the island, whether Lekki, Banana,
Aja.
or so. So it's far from where we used to have it in Anthony. But she came for the maiden edition, and since then, she's been supportive. But I think she's coming for the second or third time today. At the last session, somebody requested for real estate. Let's get somebody on real estate. It's not every time we talk about stock. I remembered her because when they set up a one real estate platform, she introduced me into the platform and was inviting me whenever they would go to see estates to come. My first son then was living in Lekki. I asked him to be representing me, but you know kids of these days, his interest is different from real estate. He's into fashion and entertainment. And I found it very, very far to migrate from Anthony and be moving all over estates in Lekki. I envy her in quote because sometimes in her status and in Facebook stuff, I see her enjoying the returns in where again Southern Africa. Some countries she goes to enjoy herself because at times they give her awards, etc., etc. So when that chap said he wanted a real estate guru to come, her name was the only name that came to mind, and here she is today. Uche, thank you for coming. And yesterday, you know, I'm very transparent and open. Yesterday, about this time yesterday or so, she came in, boss, and said she's finished her papers, etc. Can she have my bank account number? I was like wondering, should it be me giving her my bank account number or she giving me her own so that I compensate her for the time, etc. Reluctantly, I did. And within 5 minutes, something of 6 digits came into my bank account. And I thank her for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Chief. It's a great pleasure to be here. I find this as a great privilege to stand on this platform, to be sharing a platform with my former boss and the likes of FCA, Oga over there, and Mr. Muiwa, Chief, or Otumba, like Chief calls it, Otumba Muiwa, who just left, to be sharing the platform. You know, I will not take it for granted because this is a platform and it's giving us the required visibility that we all crave. I admire Chief a lot. I met him on the All States platform. I didn't know him in person while we were at All States because, of course, he was my senior, very senior boss. You know, but I admire his content, what he does. He's a forward-thinking man, very progressive. And he's a mix between the young and the old. You see it in him, the way he dresses. He's very trendy. He knows what's happening. When he was making the presentation, now he used the word that I think he said, was it somebody that was dancing skelewu? I said, Chief is very, very current. Then every Friday he would tell us that he's going to Sheraton to go and enjoy himself. And I said to him, oh, I wish I was around Antonio, around mainland, Chief. I would have come to enjoy one of these your sumptuous agidi and pepper soup. You know, so thank you very much, Chief. So today, my presentation, I titled it Beyond Savings, because Chief actually talk about real estate. I looked at it, so what will I talk about? So I looked at the trends, the economy, and what's actually happening. So I said, okay, let me come with this topic. So I titled it Beyond Savings, Why Smart Investors in Nigeria are Choosing Real Estate as an Ultimate Hedge Against Inflation. Because, of course, we all know what's happening in the economy right now. You know, especially in Nigeria, high cost of living, goods and services very, very expensive. You know, I think we all know things are really expensive, but the reality of what is actually happening in our economy, the effect of the war and the inflation and all that is going on, dawned on me sometime last week when I went to the mainland. A client of mine based in the UK, she buys real estate from me. She told me I should go and look for a property for her around Akokayaba. So when I finished, as I was coming back, she asked her that she must compensate me, that she would send me money for fuel. So she sent me 100,000 naira. So as I was going home around that, I said, let me buy this fuel before I spend this money. You know how money is before you know, maybe you dash somebody or use it for something else. So I said, let me make sure I use it for what it's meant for. So I entered the filling station and I decided to fill my tank. My tank wasn't down. It was a little bit lower than the last that last line after the half tank. So I said, okay, in my mind I was like, maybe 50,000 or 60. We'll just fill up the tank and I'll be good. So they started putting the fuel, 60,000, 70, I shouted, please stop. 75,500, chief. I screamed. 75,000. I said, and this is somebody's salary. That's just for fuel. And that fuel, because of course, the kind of business that we do, move around a lot. So maybe give and take. It may take me like 3 or 4 days. That fuel is finished. You know, that was when I said shivery. I said, where are we going to this country? So that's prompted, this is my topic today, from savings to investments. So the reality check, like I mentioned, I said we're living in a time where the value of money is dropping every day in Nigeria. The currency is dropping. You go to the market. When my daughter was going back to school, she's in the uni. So last time I said, okay, let me go and do shopping for her. She's in Abwad, one of these federal, she's studying medicine there. So went to buy provisions. Afe Babala, yes. They call it Abwad.
My second son read computer for just 1 year there. 2015 to 16 or so.
Okay.
Then when I entered that institution, I was like, is this Nigeria? So by now it will be something else.
Yes. And when you go to such places, we wondering. So we have what it takes to fix this country. Yeah. We have the people, we have the resources.
2016, 10 years ago, it was out of this world.
Very lovely place. So I had to buy her provisions. So went to the store, went to Banquet to buy normal cornflakes, soap, groceries. Chief, you will not believe it. By the time we got to the counter and they keyed in all the things that we bought, it was 300 and something thousand. Even me, I shouted.
Provision.
I said, what is this? Normal cornflakes, Milo, normal provisions. I screamed, I said, God, what is happening in our country? So the reality is what we are seeing right now, and we have to check our pulse, we have to check our investments and the way we run our lives in order to live above board. So the illusion, of course, is saving. Growing up, we were told that every day we say, save money, save money. Are you saving? Most of us growing up, we had what we call this small cocoa. We save money, we save in the bank. In fact, I had friends that their own, they didn't believe in any investment. Their own is just, we look every morning, they open their bank account, they are seeing millions and they are happy. But today, if you have money in the bank saved and your money is growing at 3%, meanwhile inflation is at over between 15 to 20%, are you really being wise or smart, or do you have the right wisdom? I would say we need to check ourselves. So we need to have a shift in our mindsets. You know, smart investors understand something powerful, that these days it's not all about saving money. In fact, me, I've moved from saving money, chief. I have different assets, and I do small crypto. I begin to do crypto. I'm even learning the crypto trading from all these Gen Zs. No, that's where they're making all their money. Chief, you see them on Instagram, they are buying BB cars, crypto, forex. So I've joined them in that crypto. I have a teacher, a coach that teaches me crypto. I do, of course, big time real estate. Then we have stock broking. Then they want to even start teaching me forex. I said, are you sure this is my brain? We take forex trading. So now it's not about saving money, because savings cannot take you anywhere. It's about positioning money. You get your money and you send it on. My friend will say, send your money on errand. I have friends that even trade on, they say it's commodities. Some trade on gold. Different investments that we need to key into in order to live above board in Nigeria now. So that's where real estate comes in. Why real estate? Of course, we know that real estate comes in. Real estate is not just about land. Real estate is not just property. Real estate is also a wealth building system. Before Chief started, he told us, of course, how his various investments in real estate, both in Lagos and Ozubulu. When he wants to, I think the other time he even called me, I had some land he wants to dispose of. You know, I think you eventually disposed of it.
Who?
You, some years back.
Okay, yeah.
You know, the good thing about real estate is that if you're able to get it right, with due diligence, you buy properly, in few years, maybe after your investment, give it 5 to 10 years time, you will be smiling. So real estate is good. Why? Because of appreciation. I have an uncle that bought land in Lekki Phase 1. When Lekki Phase 1, as at that time when they started selling, when they evicted all the Maroko people, he was very smart. He keyed in. He bought 1,000 square meters of land back then. A lot of his friends were laughing at him because, of course, most people were on the mainland that time. you know, this area wasn't so developed. But he was smart enough because he had a good real estate, he was an estate surveyor from my place that was, you know, that was his portfolio manager. So the guy bought him 1,000 square meters in Lekki phase. So I think he bought it for 1 million naira. Over the years,
Close to a billion.
wow, you got it right, Chief. He built, that 1,000 square meter is built like a mansion. Then on the other side, it has like a BQ, although upstairs, he made it a BQ upstairs. Then on one side, it had a basketball court. Just anyway, as of course age and all that, he's a bit sick now, so he's treating some diseases. But because he has a lot of real estate, aside that, he also has a block of shops, over 100 shops, situated by Alphabet Junction. He has a lot of properties, so that has kept him overboard to live. Meanwhile, most of those his friends that were laughing at him way back, they never bought anything in Lagos. Most of them have relocated to Ibuzo, my hometown, and in fact, some of them are even begging money. One of them even called me that day to beg me 30,000 naira.
Can you imagine?
I was shocked, and I learned from it. So sometime last month, this my cousin said he wanted to go to Canada for medical checkup. Do you know what he did? That is basketball court in Lekki phase 1. Somewhere around, his house is around the Fola Osibo. He just sold it. He told me that he has sold it. I said, you didn't tell me to come and partake of these goodies. Chief, do you know how much he sold it? That's about 300 square meters, 600 million naira.
300 square meters.
Just 300 square meters. Because he was smart enough. So from all of the stories and all the people around me, that was the wisdom I had. After I left Banquet, I said, okay, is this real estate I want to go and learn? And I thank God for today. Aside that, rental income, when you have real estate and you have, you know, maybe assets or houses, maybe in apartments or houses that you put on rent, one of the advantages of real estate is that it also gives you rental income, because as prices go up, rent also goes up. Chief, you will not believe that a 2-bedroom apartment now in Aja, you will not get for 3.5 million.
Rent or buy?
Rent. I have a client of mine that called me last week. The man is a big-time lawyer. So he called me that he has a house around Oniru. Oniru is just around where you have Nikke Art Gallery. It's a 5-bedroom, like a luxury mansion. He told me that he has a tenant that has been living in there. So that the man has been paying 10 million naira for like 5 years. And the man was smart. When he rented our house, he made them sign an agreement that he was not going to increase the rent for like 5 years. So for over 5 years, the tenant has been enjoying that place for 5 years, 10 million naira. So when he called me, he said, that what do I think will be the value of this his house? And I said, how much is your tenant paying? He said, 10 million. I screamed. I said, eh? I said, 10 million. Jesus. Rent around that area now goes for between 38 million to 50 million per annum.
For a duplex?
For a duplex.
Wow.
So now you find, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I was reading on Google, there was a research that said that most people now are moving towards Mowe because of the high cost of living, because of the rent in Lagos. Rents have gone up. A lot, even commercial shops. My shop, now moving from my office where I am, I rented that shop 2 years ago for, I was using as an office. I rented it for 800 naira, 800,000 per shop. So I have two that I put together. So I paid 1.6. Just this year, my landlady increased it to 2.5.
Each?
No, for the two of them. And I was like, I just said I'm not a new tenant now. I'm an old tenant. Consider me. She didn't want to hear, because also to her advantage, First Bank had come to take the front shop, so she knew there was. The commercial value was going to go up. So that was what happened. So rent now has also gone up. So for those that own real estate and you're able to develop it and hold it, rental income is also a way out to hedge against inflation. When my husband and I moved to Aja, we bought a plot of land then for 250,000 naira where we're living around Baduri. Currently, or 20 years ago, currently a plot of land there sells for like 25-30 million. Luckily, two of his friends, while we were living there, they were all bankers, most of them Japa. So later, two of his friends now said they wanted to sell their own. That was like 16 years ago. And I said, but let's look for money and buy this thing. There were 2 plots, so we bought it together. So we have it. Currently, we are developing a block of 8 units. By the time we heard that rent has gone to 2.5, 3, I said, oh boy, let's gather all. I think you see, we are renting it. We are going to rent stuff to block of 8 flats. So at least every month, by the time you get 2 million, what are we going to eat now? What are you eating? Is it rice or gari or cheese pepper soup and agidi? We'll be fine. So currently, we are raising it. Today, we are roofing that place. So real estate is the way to go. With real estate, you can never go wrong. Then aside that, one of the important things about real estate also is that it is tangible. It's something that you can see, you can feel, and you can touch it. The land is limited. They are not making it anymore. Currently in Lagos, There's no more land in Ekpe because government has taken over most of the land in Ekpe because Ekpe has become a new town. They want to redevelop it, remap it. They are building the new, what's it called, the film city is coming up. A lot of infrastructural development in Ekpe coming up. So most of the real estate companies, they have, in fact, they've taken over most of the lands.
So where is the road to go to that place?
There's road. Coastal Road is up. Yeah, from here now you can link Ekpe. I mean, Eleko, at least the coastal region, coastal road, you can get to Eleko. Yeah, most of my journey, even as we were coming this morning, we came to coastal road. It didn't take us like 15 minutes to get here from Branadesoya. So we are moving. So the Lagos advantage, let's bring it home a bit. Areas like we know, Lekki, Ekpe and Mowe, like I just spoke about, these are areas that are full of opportunities. You don't just see them as development, they are opportunities for works to key in. With the Dangote refinery, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, and all of the major infrastructural developments currently ongoing in that region, you can still key in if you have not. It's not late, you can still key in now. So like I mentioned, these are places that are becoming the future of wealth, and those who enter now, we will be in the long run. And like I mentioned, if you can't do Ekpe, you can also come to Mowe, maybe outskirts of Ekpe, boundary between Ogun and Ekpe. That's where you can get land now around this region. If not, Mowe is also open to you. So we need to move from savings to wealth building. How? By being very intentional about the monies that we get and where we plug it into. These days is not where you just get money and you're dashing money away. You dash money to everybody. Now I'm very, very intentional about where I put my money, Chief. Of course, I knew I was going to come here. I knew you have given me a platform, and I respect what you do. Of course, I had to give some money to the event because, of course, it's not easy to come and stand here. And you've also told us after the event we are going to eat. I said, I will not feel free. It will not be good for me to come and just carry cheap food and be eating. I have to contribute to it. So the giving now is very, very intentional. Church, all these other people that we call you, brothers and sisters that are there waiting for you to just believing that your money is part of their entitlement. No more, it has ended. So the monies have to go to the right place. Send your money on errand. Put it into commodities. Put it into gold. Stock broking. Things that will make sure that money comes back to you from time to time. So investing, savings gives you security, but investing gives you freedom. Freedom of movement. By the time you know you have monies already secured in rent, you can actually sleep and your account to be receiving an alert from time to time. That's what I told my husband. I said we need to do with this apartment that we're in, so that by the time we are old, you just be traveling and enjoy yourself, then rent will be coming. And by God's maybe after that one, we'll do another block of apartments.
Amen.
So how do you start? The beautiful thing is that you do not have to start big. Chief said you must have millions of naira to start in real estate. No, you can start small. Currently, we have hectares of land that we're selling in Mowe, and with 500,000, you can key into those plots of land that we're selling currently. Even for off-plan apartments, for houses also.
500,000.
500,000
Mowe?
Yes, sir.
And the money is not going to
No at all. It's an estate. It's secure.
I think this weekend we talk.
It's very, very.
500,000, I drop it.
Okay, sir. It's very, very secure. No money. Like, it has your phone, registered title. You can also verify it. Yes. So you can start with that. Also for houses, thank God for most of what the developers are doing right now. With an off-plan project, you can actually key into a house with as less as 3 million naira, depending on the development and where it is. 3 million, you can pay over 12 months, 12 months or 24 months. Then also the federal government has also introduced.
This 500,000 from Mowe, is it a deposit or all in all?
No, it's deposit to Chief. There's no more 500,000. Even in my village, there's no land that is like 500,000. So sorry. No, it's 300 square meters is selling for 3 million, but you can start with 500,000 and pay over 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, sir. The 500,000 is 5 million. And you can pay over 2 years. Yes. So you can start like that. Then for houses also, you can also buy houses on off-plan, which gives you flexibility of payment. You don't have to have all the monies together. And thankfully, one of the good things I know the present government has also done is the introduction of a lot of mortgage plans for workers or for those business people that can afford to buy houses. We have the NHF mortgage facility where you can get loans of up to 50 million naira and pay as about 5% interest rate. For depending on your age between.
In your presentation.
No, I'm just saying it on my head. Yeah, not there. I was just talking about what my chief said about starting big. But now we can start. There are other ways you can do it. So I'm trying to encourage them. You can start with what you have. Yes. So, and also we also have the mortgage, MREF mortgage plan. For the MREF mortgage plan, it was just signed into policy by Ministry of Finance last year. So with the MREF, you can get as much as 100 million to buy a house. But with NHF, you get only 50 million naira. And that means for NHF, the kind of houses you can afford to buy will be houses maybe around Mowe axis or around them, but there are certain areas. But with the MREF mortgage, at least with 100 million naira, you can still buy a house in maybe places that is a bit uptown. Lekki, you can still get apartments for 100 million. Luckily, I was able to finance about 2 of my customers last month, and within 6 weeks, they got approval and they have moved into their houses. So that one I can say is.
Give us the difference between NHF and the NREF, please, quickly.
Okay, the NHF, the maximum amount of loan you can get.
Outside the amount, what are the requirements and the basic features of the two?
The basic features is just the amount and the interest rate. That is the main difference.
Accessing the facilities for both.
MREF is faster. For MREF,
Is the same.
sir,
And the requirements for accessing them the same.
almost. At least you must have a good source of income. You have the capacity. They would analyze you depending on who you are and where you are coming from. At least basic income, worker is also accessible to business people. Before, NHF was only accessible to workers or people that have like steady income. But now you can, if you're a business person, entrepreneur, you can also apply. But the major difference in the two is the amount. For MREF, 100 million, NHF 50 million. Then the interest rate, NHF is 5%, MREF is 9.75%. Then you can over 20 years. So it also depends on your age. So for somebody like 50 years, maybe approval maybe they just give you like active years, 5 or 10 years approval, depending on the person that is coming for the. So it's not fixed. So like I mentioned, you don't need to get the right information. Get the right information. Work with trusted professionals if you want to invest in real estate. Once you have the right information, do your due diligence. And also, most of the estates or the properties that we market, we do not deal with moneyless, because we've also had our fingers burnt in the past dealing with those crop of people. And I think it's high time that government does something about it in Lagos, because I don't know how somebody can buy a plot of land. At times, land that even has CFO maybe over 5 years or 10 years, moneyless people will come and say they've got judgment. There's this and land grabbing. They come and carry your land. If you are not strong, it's still happening, chief, in this day and age, and the government is not ready to do anything about it. It's also painful. So these days we deal with trusted developers, real estate companies. The lands that we market are fenced. They have good title before we now go ahead and market it.
Sorry, a personal question. When I was still in, many years ago, about 15 years ago,
Juliet,
I bought
video.
Land about 2 plots of Mowe from one lady. Eunice, I think, is the first name, a Benin person. But I just like this your own, I didn't know the exact location one, and I haven't gone there. About 2-3 years ago, I still had the address of the phone number of the woman. I called, and the receptionist or a manager picked up the phone. I need to pay this charge. I said, okay. But that the charges are too much. That I have a friend, a former staff who is living in Moazis. Can I get that my friend to come and find out details of everything so that I take possession? The lady was insistent that it has to be me. And in this age of what is happening in Kwara, etc., I said to myself, no, that I won't go.
Oh my God.
The person already living in that axis
He's never safe.
knows, no, the person, my staff in
Okay.
knows the environment. Let him represent me.
Exactly.
That lady said, no, I just blanked off. So my question is, do you people have a estate estate surveyors or land whatever society or association, so that I can table this matter there, and if this my person is a member, so that she releases what I paid her over 2 million to her over 10-15 years ago to me.
Okay, yes, Chief. We have right now in Lagos State, for you to operate as a real estate agent, you must be registered under LASRERA, Lagos State Real Estate Agency Regulatory Authority. So they try to regulate our activities now. Just that they are new, they are still trying to find their footing and all that. You can report that if she's registered under LASRERA, they will delist her.
No, I will report it through you.
Okay,
I
I'll
will
find
give
out.
you all the information when I get the information about who the lady I paid to, etc., so that we see how I can. But for the other manager to be inviting me,
no,
yeah,
that's not proper. Anybody can represent you.
at this my age, if they hold me, how will I pay?
It's
for
very
it?
suspicious.
Pay one policeman.
Huh? You said?
Pay one policeman and go there.
No, I won't go. She will do.
It's very, very suspicious because anybody can represent you. What if you were abroad? You
That's
can
the
send your
point.
brother, you can
That's
send.
the point.
It's very suspicious, Chief.
Yeah, similar, sorry, because I tell stories like I said, similar to a court case I instituted in my village, Ozobo, 4 years ago or so. The magistrate, the lady, said that if I'm not present, she will strike off the case, that I have to be present. I said to myself, so if I was living in United Kingdom or United States, and I have what I call a small case at a magistrate level, I have to be coming from there to there. I said, to hell with you, to strike off the case and let me be. Because again, when you see some of these issues, to the ordinary mind, it doesn't matter. But to people like us, it does matter. Probably some people were trying to get me back to the town and to do whatever. So I just said, strike it off.
That was a wise
You
one.
have a lawyer now, so your lawyer should be representing.
I have a
Exactly,
lawyer, I
yes.
have my senior brother representing
Yes,
me, but
your
the
lawyer.
magistrate says that since I'm the owner of the case, I must come or she strike it off. I said, to hell with you,
The
strike it off.
lawyer should be able to represent you.
That's what I'm saying.
The much we know.
But for that one, it's just that I have my spirit is very kind. If not, I would have reported the magistrate to the legal body, and they will just derobe her. You don't do such a thing, because I reason that maybe the defendants or some clique wanted me to be in court that day. And before you know it, what is happening in Kwara and this thing will happen in Ozo.
God forbid.
And I will be the focal, they don't, blah, blah, blah. They can't.
They can't.
So the same thing with this lady in Mowe, asking me to come personally.
No, no.
When my former staff who lives in that area, who knows all the whatever,
Yes.
was willing to represent me.
You.
They said, to hell with you, how much is 2 million?
It's highly suspicious.
Anyway.
So in going ahead with your real estate investment, also think long term. Very, very important. Because I've had clients that bought land under a space of 1 year. They tell you they want to sell it. You cannot get good appreciation from that. For you to get good appreciation in real estate, at least leave it for like 5 years. The longer the tenure, the better the returns on your investment. You know, that's one mistake I made when I was in my stockbroking journey. I think it was 2007, 2008, when the bank stocks and all those stocks were down, and all of that. Hey, it was so bad. We waited and waited and waited. And out of annoyance, I just told my stockbroker, please sell off all this nonsense. As at that time, myself and my husband, we invested about 1 million into Transcorp. See what Transcorp is doing today. So over the years, with time, knowledge, and experience, I'm learning. I said, no, I will never do this thing again. I will not sell my assets, no matter what. Money will come from somewhere. You know, so even in real estate also, please always think long term. Don't be in a hurry to sell. You know,
just like you said, I bought some many plots of land in Ozobo in 2015 when I was here. You know, I retired 2014 moved. So when I came in, everybody, the locals were seeing me as Banquet of Ozobo. So I bought some land at 160,000. 2 years ago, I
per
sold
plot.
Per plot. I won't mention the number of plots. 2 years ago, I sold at 1.5 million.
Wow.
Between 2015 and 2024, November or so.
That's like 9 years.
Yeah, 1.5 million from 160,000.
That's over How many percent return now?
To
To bring this calculator. Over 900.
Yeah.
Wow.
So long term, they are
Long
something
term.
like long term.
Really, because wealth is not built overnight.
No.
It is built.
But something just came to my mind. Sorry, I'm not trying to distract you.
Okay. Sir.
Because of Lagos and what we have seen, there are brothers from the Southwest doing presently, or at least from 2023 now. Would you advise non-indigenous like us? I thought you said you're from Iguzo.
Yes, sir.
Would you advise non-indigenous like us to do long term in Lagos or anywhere in the Southwest? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
Sorry, let me assist you in answering. Forget what you read in the social media and the ruffle between contestants for elections and probably those who have won. Lagos is it in terms of real estate. Short term, medium term, long term. Lagos is it.
And you don't think there will be a time,
Huh?
you don't think there will be a time where politics will make it not?
It can never,
Can never
happen. I said forget the ruffle in social media or what some
saying.
people say. Lagos is it. You stay on that axis because we've dropped you what?
Yes.
And I've been going to that axis not for anything but to just for tourism or whatever through this Lekki new roads. When you see properties people are developing, you will weep. In my Anthony village, you are saying there's no more land. There's land even here we are. The Anthony village now, where I stay, I've been living there for the past 27 years or thereabout. Every 2 months or every month, one full building, either 1 story, 2 story, or 3 story, will be bought and will demolish to the ground. And people are building. Who are those building? Many of them are people from the southeast. Are building. So a lot of people are looking at Lagos. She just told us that with the husband they are building, and when they finish, they will build another one. She's from their area, Iguzo. So forget what is going on. No? I equally go to social media and talk blah blah blah. But forget what is going on in the social media. People who know that this country will survive Ashwaju and all these Yoruba irredentists or whatever will always invest here and nothing will happen. Most Yoruba people that are talking this in the social media, they have properties in Europe. I mean, so you can't have a property and somebody will 10, 20 years drive here away. Even if they create a Duduwa, Remy, you know the surname, if you put Nubuna, you put that. And I wanted to run.
Oh my
That
God.
was when I bought this one in the village that accelerated by 900%. So, what am I saying? It's a personal decision for people. Asaba is growing, right? Obi Kubana is growing Asaba. I don't know of any other person. And a lot of Igbo people, somebody from my village has a secondary school in Asaba, which is giving employment, etc., etc. So anywhere, property is location.
Yes.
Anywhere you buy it, even if it's a virgin land, like she said, give it 5-10 years, that virgin land will translate to something much better return than even in Lagos here. So take your decision,
Very
Sorry
true.
about it.
Thank you so much, Chief. You've answered all the questions. And also to add that the growth in Asaba is also trickling to our place now, to Iguzo. In fact, most of our land now, placed in Iguzo now, is taken over by your brothers from Ozobolo. In fact, it has even helped us, and we are very happy about it. Just that the cost of land now has now skyrocketed. In my village now, you'll be hearing land 25 million, 15 million.
For a plot?
For per plot. Last 3 years, I was to buy.
Is where that Oma is from?
Yes.
The lawyer. What's his
No,
name again?
where Professor Patu told me is.
Okay, is it
Not Onwa, Chief.
Oma is from where?
He's from there, but we don't want to reckon. and the Providence bank man, the MD of Providence, is from Iguzo, and the woman that owns Northwest is from Iguzo. It's just that people.
What's the name?
Mr. Walter Akbani. The wife is the one that owns Northwest. They are both from Iguzo.
Wow.
The former chief of naval staff is from Iguzo. Dele is Oba. So we have prominent. What they say Iguzo, they are calling. So as we close, let me just leave you with this, that it's better to start now, because 5 years from now you will either say I'm glad I started, or I wish I had started. Thank God for what I've said. Thank God for Chief's contribution. All of the stories, we better start. And Chief, do you know that this real estate investment, I have one ugly incident that happened to somebody in my family that keeps reminding me why we need to. Off the record, one of my uncle, he was a big executive in Federal Mortgage Bank way back, years back, 40 years ago. He worked to the level of a deputy manager, to the extent that he had a house that the bank gave to him at GRA Apapa. I don't know how my uncle missed it. The man did not buy house plot, Chief, till today, full of regrets. When I look at his life now, he's dependent on relations to help him to do. Luckily, one of my uncle that is well off built him a big house now. He just retired back to Ibuso, so he has a place. I'm now like wondering, how can you have that kind of opportunity? Federal way back, house plots like this, chicory plot, he never bought. So my dear people, please do not be like my uncle. Take charge. Thank God you have heard it. The young ones that are amongst us, thank God we are hearing what we are talking about now. Please, as you begin to work and make money, even this one in Mowe, the one in Ekpe, small, you can buy and pay over time. Begin to amass a portfolio of real estate in years to come, because real estate is also about years, number of years. I have an uncle too, who was the former managing director of Nitel. He had foresight and moved to Lekki years back. He was one of those that bought land at Osapa, where you have Osapa London. That time, well, I think he told us that he bought that land 20,000. When we were coming to visit him from mainland, we'll be like, see our uncle just wrong on this place. This man, very stingy man, because he doesn't want anybody near him. But he bought that land and left it. Of course, he gave us story of how your moneyless were coming to disturb him, on and on. But anyway, he was able to keep that land. After some years, when he retired, he wanted to go back to Ibuzo. He sold that plot of land for over 400 million. He was able to share money to his children. Then, yes, he also bought in Ibuzo over 20 plots of land. He sold that plot of land 500 million last year.
Wow.
The children, the 6 boys that he had, they just shared money. After the man has passed, they shared all most of them had japa. So real estate is also about, the tenure with which you have kept that investment. The longer the tenure, the more the appreciation. So finally, this is our Oakville Green Estate. That is the estate I was telling you about. That is currently selling at Mowe. It's selling for 300 square meters, 3 million naira, and 500 square meters for 5 million naira. With an initial deposit of just 500,000, you can key in and pay over 24 months. So we have a long payment plan. So you do not have any reason not to key into this investment. It's at Mowe, just after Redeem Camp, towards the Shagamu interchange. As if you are going to Abeokuta, it's by International Breweries. Nice place. Last week we were there, myself and my staff. I drove to the place, so it's not far. People say it's far. It's not far. There's no way that it's far. And the good thing about that area is that it's Lagos. Some people say it's Ogun State. No, Ogun and Lagos have merged to become one. So that's what Ogun State is enjoying from Lagos. People are moving to Mowe because of the high cost of rent in Lagos. So you can buy it now and hold it. Over the number of years you are holding, you will enjoy profit from it. So if you don't want to do Mowe, we also have Xylos Chrisland City selling in Ekpe. You can see the prices now. Ekpe, we don't have land of 500,000 or 1 million in Ekpe anymore. 300 square meter right now is selling for 10.8 because land has become scarce. 500 square meters is 80 million. And just last week, these prices have been increased because, of course, investors are investing. So finally, I charge you, move beyond savings, start building, start investing, because in today's Nigeria, smart investors don't just save money, they grow it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions? I'm sure we've taken all the questions. Or any other questions?
So this, is it an empty land, the Oakfield?
Yes, an empty land, but it's fenced. Look, I didn't put the picture. The picture is not here. I'll send it. It's fenced. Picture is not here. Picture of my lap from
Okay.
It's a land. It's a dry land, but it's fenced already.
Okay. I have a private experience, which is why I run away from. I don't know how, if it is something you can. I bought a land, 1 acre.
That's it.
Since 2018 or 19, up to today, no allocation.
It's common in the industry. Which company did you buy from?
Okay, what really happened was that the guy that started I've forgotten the name now. The guy that started it died. So
Oh.
his uncle took over.
Wahala.
And it was his uncle that I paid. I paid because I only paid 400,000 to the guy before he died.
Oh.
It was his uncle I paid the balance of close to 1 million. And today he will be tossing me. And it's not only me. In fact, there's one woman they say is in Germany. I don't know how many plots the woman bought.
But you don't know how many? Okay,
My own
six.
is one 6 plots.
That's
one
a
plot.
lot.
But
Where-
it's not
which
nowhere.
area?
It's around after Joseph, whatever is around Agbara side.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't know. The man is just not interested in doing
Don't
it.
you have the document?
Don't you have the document?
Which
yes?
document?
Oh.
It's like this one. So they have the land, so we are paying. So what happened was that they were supposed to allot.
Allocate.
They have not done anything.
That means not a structured company.
I don't want to speak to that. But what I know is
Because they're
that
supposed to have an office that you can
They
go to at
have.
any time.
they have, but because the man died, this guy that took over is not going there. So that's what I mean.
So that means you did not pay to the company account.
This one self is small.
You didn't pay to the company account.
I can pay to the company account. If this one is small, my own cousin, elders that saw me when I was running up and down in the village, took money from me. Till today, there is no land.
You said it,
Is
yeah.
the people around you?
You understand?
The people around
my
you.
cousin who saw me when I was running up and
Can you
down
imagine?
as a small
Older
one,
cousin.
older ones, took the money and squandered 2 of them. Took the money, squandered it. So
It
how
happens.
is your real estate?
It happens.
I put my money in stock
You
where
have
I'll
not
be
been,
watching.
you have not been lucky.
If I hear, like when First Bank started their nonsense, I sold all their stock.
That's a good thing about stock.
I've had something about UPA now. When I get home, I'll sell them. Yeah, that's what I do. And like you mentioned, I pray before I die. I will be healthy. I will sell all of them. Just hand over the money to the
Yes,
children.
I
know.
Yes, because. But again,
But you can key into this one.
I've actually met somebody who spoke to me about this. The same way you were enthusiastic about it was the same way the person was enthusiastic about it. So it means it's something that we should be looking at.
Yes.
Maybe, like you said, short term, 3 years, 5 years. You sell off.
And you know, just like you have a portfolio of stocks, you know, you have some that will do well, some will not do well. Yes, that's how it is.
Yeah, we've lost so much money in stocks.
So some will do well, some will not do well. But if you balance it up,
we
average
lost
it.
money in stock, Baco.
Yes.
We lost money in Baco. We lost money in AG Leventis. Lost money in.
Skybank.
I didn't put money in Skybank. These are Tuche.
Platinum.
Platinum.
Okay.
So we lost.
That's how it is. That's just how it is. But
You win
over,
some, you lose some.
yes, over time, we've been able to identify because I'm from Ibuzo, yes. Over time, because we are in the market, at least within this Lekki region, we know most of the developers. We know the crafty ones. We know the criminals. We know those that will not deliver. That's what I'll just say. So your story is very, very correct. We have a lot of cases like that, but over time, we don't deal with such companies. You know, we've been able to distill the evil bad eggs from the good ones. And thank God for the regulation that government is also coming on. Lagos State Government, Redan, Las Rera, they are trying to also regulate such unscrupulous activities. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, in my local dialect, they say that if you see a corn, opening it to know whether the corn, okay. I say from my local place, they say when you see a good corn and you are just opening it to know whether it's good, something there. What am I trying to say? She is a good corn, and we have just tested it. And I'm an Arsenal fan, and our former immediate past coach, Arsene Wenger, says that you don't change a winning team. So what am I saying? Today I've gotten 2 players, striker and defender, and I won't change them. So you should be prepared that next time when it's convenient for you, either in June, we do it every 2 months, June, August, October, December, that you'll be back here, because people, from what you have told us today, people will get enthusiastic about knowing the deeper ways of investing in real estate. I have a friend, he's staying in Lekki now. He used to stay in Anthony Village in a 3-bedroom or so flat. In those heydays when stock was booming, before 2010 crash, he was investing. That time stock was moving like this. Even traders in Onitsha and those going to Dubai will sell their trading items and invest it in the stock exchange without knowing right from left. So this guy, what he was doing was to invest. A lawyer, as soon as the stock gets to a certain amount, he will sell and reinvest in real estate. On Bush Street, between Anthony and Mende, now on the way to Suya Port, he has a building, triplex, I call it, because it's into 1, 2, 3 on the same row. He has a triplex, and how did he get money for it? Savings from stock. When he sold his stock, he will invest it there. So at a point, I was telling him, but you still stay in a flat, etc., etc. He just laughed. Eventually, I think either this Abraham Adesonya or one of these estates, he built and they moved there from the flat. What am I saying? Even for those who are majorly into stock investing, you can accumulate your money in stock and move it into real estate. Like you said, what you can see. Why is it called real estate? It is real. Stock is paper. Like he mentioned about some stocks. I invested for myself and for one of my clients in Sky Bank. One morning like this, MFLA closed Sky Bank. And the depositors were paid. Shareholders, I was a shareholder. They say that is the risk we took. Not even a kobo came out. But real estate, when you have a property and it is documented and possession is key, you will never lose it. So what I'm telling people, I mentioned in the morning here when I was giving my keynote, that though I'm a stock investing person, but if I check my income over the years, most likely the income from real estate I invest just once in a while will outweigh that of stocks. So people should diversify their investments. You put in stock, you put in real estate. Crypto is the one I can't advise even my worst enemy. But there's yes, Alimba. This Alimbalio is a classmate of my first son, Chim Mwanya. There's their classmate in Futo, class of 2015. Alimba, you should know the person I'm talking about. When you people graduated and we are looking for a job or whatever, I understand he was dealing in crypto from school, far back, 2010 to 2015. And he refused to work, and today, he's a city boy relative to Alimba, who is a village boy. Because the crypto, I understand, he bought for less than 800, I don't know, the whatever. It's now into thousands of dollars. And the guy, what's his name again? Huh? Tochukwu. If you see him, you think he won't. I saw him last probably about 10 years ago or 7 years ago. Very quiet, but he faced crypto to the core. One day, Leo, you give me his number so that I invite him here to lecture people who are very risky on, not risk averse, who are very risky on crypto. Anybody who enters crypto is the surplus money should go there. So people should diversify their investments a lot. And even in becoming authors, that's what I've been grappling with. I've written so many books, but publishing them is a problem because Nigerians don't read. The last I was, my parental publisher told me about 2 million, my autobiography. I said, if I put this 2 million into publishing this thing, I will be giving some people the books for free. They won't even appreciate it, and etc. So this stock investing, crypto, real estate, etc., are where people should concentrate. Where people should concentrate. I tell you another story. I hope my daughter won't be annoyed. There was a time she and the two brothers were doing I just told them, if you people don't take care of me during my old age, I will just sell my properties and use it to live my life. The property in Antonio I bought for 27.5, 28 million. If I sell it today to all these people buying properties and demolition to build, because it's a big expanse of land, about 1,500 or so. Wow. If I sell it today, I will get nothing less than between 250 and 350 million. Will I finish it? Even if I live for the next, even if I live for the next 40 years, will I finish it? Well. So what am I saying? People shouldn't depend on their children for old age. Do something now. That child you love and we are doing school run for, etc. It doesn't mean that when you are old, she will reciprocate, especially when they're Japa. So people should get into stocks, because the good thing about stock, anytime I need money now, I'm good with my stockbrokers. I will say I need this money, sell, because I invest in majorly the stocks that I know that if I want to sell, within 5 minutes it's gone.
Liquid stocks.
Yeah. I say sell. After 1 day or 2 days, I will get the money. I just say sell the portion I will need. So cash flow. But if it's in a building, you have restriction. You can tell your tenant to pay if it's a monthly tenant. The person will tell you that they go market today, no sell anything, no. Okay, please now. So there should be complementary. You invest some in stocks for cash flow, for dividend. Like I say now, I'm almost broke. But by the end of this month or early next month,
To start flowing.
WAPCO dividend will come in. MTN dividend will come in. And the amounts they are coming, even if I use it to go to local joint, it will not finish in a month or two. So people should diversify. Cash flow for elders, especially, you have to invest in stock. For long term, you have to invest in real estate, etc. Let me stop here and invite one of the regulars. You know, in our forums, I say I'm the permanent guest speaker. With time, if Mr. Emeka Atuma permits, FCA permits, I will start calling him in our forums permanent guest speaker, because he's always here to share his knowledge. So Emeka, before you came in, I said that a day to the last conference, which happened in February 13. On February 12, around 8 p.m., you WhatsApp me that you weren't feeling fine, that you may not recover to come to give your keynote, to give your speech, guest speech. I was like, maybe this young woman will be your wife, don't corner you and you know get stamina again. And after that, you told me, you forwarded the paper to me, and they said I should distribute it. I said no, that tarry a while, so that today you come and present the paper. Because in my place, they say if you are not there when they buried somebody, when you want to dig the person up, you can start from the leg. So the paper you presented, or the paper you developed, I wouldn't deliver it as much as you would do. And you agreed immediately. The same thing I will tell, let me mention her name now. Madam, I used to call her Mrs., but Ambassador corrected me that is Madam. Madam Gloria Siyokwosa. She's already sent her papers to me, but says she will be going to some orphanage or kirikiri. She's into all these other philanthropic or whatever. She'll be going there to talk to them, people that are homeless, etc. That I can present her paper if she doesn't come. I haven't told her, but if she's watching online, she will hear that I'm not presenting her paper. I've already even forwarded it to our tech assistant, Leo Alemba, but she has to present that paper any other time if she's not here. It's talking about the same thing we are saying about the 60s, how elderly people will structure their lives so that when they are aging, they shouldn't depend on their children or grandchildren. So she will present that paper whenever she will be ready to come over. And in the next couple of months, she will join you people, PhD holders, because she's doing her PhD in Covenant University now, psychology. She read a BSc or BA, MSc, and now PhD in psychology. Along the line, she has the MBA. You should know her now. She's from all states. Yeah. Yeah, she was the first lady to be on this podium. And you are now the second lady to be on this podium. Yeah. I will still fish out a third lady to present so that the person I have in mind, but she's a very difficult lady. I hope she's online to hear that she's very difficult. Former director at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Her name is Sally Ogwo Omahe. She's currently executive director of Platinum Consulting also. She comes out in her forum all the time to educate us. She's the third lady I have in mind, but my problem with her is that she would like to present it from off-site, from her house or from her office, which I won't reckon with. But I will lobby her to come so that ladies will know that it's not a man's world. There are so many ladies who can even outrival men in sharing experiences. I've talked so much. Emeka, the stage is yours soon to lecture us as usual. And like I said, I wasn't kidding when I said you will soon become permanent guest speaker.
Thank you. What a great opportunity. This is
Can you send to the Gloria so that I'll
okay. Let me.
Doctor, before you go, come on.
I need to be a doctor soon, because it will not be wise for me not to doctorate myself. Just give me.
I want to be at least half of your this.
Don't worry. Share. Email. Oh, no, it won't come down. No, it won't do well.
Okay, sir.
Because I don't have Outlook. My Outlook is.
I'll wait for him to start.
No problem. Thank you. Your email?
Okay. Alimbali.
Yeah, those people offline hearing us online.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, the third or fourth person is not available.
No, she won't.
I was.
From the state. day to time, a night before.
I don't know, I was hit seriously.
I know.
It was because my wife just went down. Immediately her own left.
Turn by
It
turn.
was turn by turn. And you don't come.
Okay.
Have you sent it?
I think it went. Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope you didn't tell them that don't mind this man. You know, I had a story. I think it was New Nigerian Bank. They were in a meeting. The MD. Somebody went to the MD left his, not the MD, somebody left his laptop like this and went to ease himself. Before he came back, the MD, either the MD or somebody, a senior person, went to his email and typed that he has resigned.
That the guy has resigned.
Not be today this problem started. But what I want to do now is I want to go into AI security. I think that's one area people are overlooking.
That he has resigned, and
Yes,
that was it.
and that was it.
Are you serious?
That was it. In a meeting, they were in a board meeting like this. The guy telling us was there.
To go to easy.
He just let him go and he didn't lock his screen.
Somebody just
Whether the MD or a senior man went there and said,
And that was it?
that I have resigned.
and sent to the
Sent to everybody. I know his email. That was
Hey.
it. So sent to all staff.
Are
That's
you-
how the
are
guy
you
is
connected?
joking.
It's
So that's why
not-
I was telling this guy, I hope he has not sent to everybody that this man is very stupid. All of you here are very stupid. He say,
It's not dropping.
it's not dropping.
Denying it because it's not-
Yes, now you can't deny it. You can't deny it. That's why we should always be careful. This digital age. Have you refresh again? Sense content.
Can you attach it already on
Yeah. So you will stay in Nigeria?
the... I think so.
I'll be Dubai.
But it's been a while I saw.
Did you attach the? Is there? You didn't attach anything. You didn't attach
Oh,
anything.
I thought it was already attached. Okay.
These Delta people, they are so powerful in Nigeria. And they mint a lot of is it this? I hope it's this one. Because I changed the name. I don't know why it's in the Microsoft presentation.
Uche, after send me your paper. Yeah, the one you presented.
They will also be shared on the platform, right?
Yes.
All the papers.
Of course.
Your SSA didn't come, your SSA friend.
Which of them?
The Anambra guy.
I don't know whether
Has it
it's-
been removed?
I don't know whether it's
Because we are
still-
supposed to do something.
Yeah.
Since that time, I've not been hearing from him
I
again.
don't know
Because
whether he's
Soludo did
still
some.
SSA. You know, Soludo asked all of them to
Yeah,
leave
yeah.
and just appointed Attorney General and
Soludo is not coming to me as the kind of person I think he is.
a lot of people. You know, when you enter
Yes.
You
politics,
converted to PDF?
Yes.
when
Okay.
you enter politics,
He's not coming to me the kind of. I felt that he would have been a rallying point to all
for the
East-
other,
Yes.
yeah.
But instead,
And
he doesn't.
he's blocking Oti from doing it now because Oti is seeing him as a senior brother
Yeah.
and a senior governor.
I
It
don't
was
understand.
unfortunate. We thought he would rally around them, but he's on his own.
Just surprised.
I think his major this thing is to.
They want to
reduce
deliver
a bit-
Anambra to.
No, to reduce a bit of B first.
That one, P2B is an organic. P2B's movement is organic. It's not something one man can sit somewhere and say he wants to reduce. What are you reducing? What you did
What
not.
was this first this thing?
What you did not create.
Got people on knees. The sky is so much for any bird.
Do your own and leave. People will make their judgments. Do your
After
own.
put this in, Uche, after put this in our forum, so that people can.
No. Is it showing?
Yeah, but the issue is that, let me see.
It's not showing there. That boy who used to assist us, yeah.
Is it because of the PDF?
Yeah, I would think so. But let me see.
Okay, wait, let me.
Yeah.
So,
The first presenter, you have his paper. Or is it in?
yeah, everything is in.
I've transferred it to me, yeah?
Oh, yes.
Let me send
You
it.
can, yeah, you can just do save as.
Ah, yeah, I'm just send I'm not used to this, like using mouse. See if I know. I have to buy data as I was coming, because
Is in documents. Documents.
is it document that you want to?
Yes, no, it's inside documents.
Oh. You don't invest in commercial papers.
Maybe.
Mm.
No, I haven't started, but there's a company I have to get 2.5 million commercial paper.
Ah.
I haven't started. And the share person. No, I don't.
I mean, you must have enough shares.
Well, I used to have, but since I've stopped working, I've been keeping out of them.
Yeah, it's very. What I did was I do more of commercial papers.
Now,
Mm.
okay, whenever I have any company I'm assisting, I will let you know. So that you put some money.
I do more of commercial papers.
A commercial paper, though, is secure. The rate is small, 55% on the average.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you hardly get that 25% because of where do you get the investment? Where do you get an investment that
I
will
live
do
with
that?
25%. When I put in a stock and I can get close to 100%
Yeah, stock is
on the average.
very dangerous. It can skyrocket you.
Chief, let us have microphone now.
What's going on?
Did you say send?
Okay.
Are you done?
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Finish?
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for still keeping up with us. You know, like the last speaker, Madam Uche, said, it's a great opportunity to stand on this podium to speak about things that ordinarily you don't get easily. So I encourage everyone to look at what is being said and take advantage of what is being said. In the morning, we listened to Mr. Otumba, the Gravitas man, and he told us about stockbroking. In fact, he gave us lectures that when you go for conference on how to build a company, the costs and everything, his experience. And he said something that was quite revealing: fear. So face your fear. Whatever you want to do, step out there. Send out that proposal. Because that's what has been keeping some of us behind. We are thinking that until everything is set, you cannot move. No. I think we should be able to take something out of that. Madam Uche also spoke to us and gave us an opportunity to know that real estate, though she did not talk much about the risk, but everything that has risk has a reward. Because the actual, as a risk person, we are told that the higher the risk, the higher the return. So if real estate is not seen as a risky business, but I don't think that's completely true, because you can even buy and not be alive to sell, and probably your children or your family don't even know where that property is. That is gone. You can actually buy, like she mentioned, after some years, somebody will come up and say, you did not go through the normal process, and they will take your property from you. When I was in NIM as the director of finance, the land they bought at Ikeja, several years ago, somebody just woke up one day and said, got a court judgment from Supreme Court, and they wanted to take over that land. In fact, the whole street. But if you have raised a property, you will just pay some. We have to do a lot. We did a lot to ensure that we held on to that property, because it's gone. There's a Supreme Court judgment. So what will you do? So although that is the problem with Lagos, and like she said, the government will not do anything. I don't know whether they have changed now, because this Lasara that she mentioned, the only thing I see them do is to put plaster on your building. This building is going to be demolished. This building. So that's so that's Lagos State, and most states are copying, duplicating these things. Well, I don't have a problem with it. I was listening to something online. Lagos State GDP is 41.6 trillion. Lagos State GDP, the second best GDP. Imo State is fourth. I think Rivers State is less than 10 billion. Delta is less than 10 billion. Lagos State is 41.6 trillion GDP. No, is it 41.6 billion GDP in dollars? So that is to tell you that this is the honeypots. And anybody who rules Lagos is actually ruling Nigeria somehow. And that's why some people cannot stop holding on to it. When I was coming through this road, I saw billboard. They are just mounting skeleton of the billboard. And that advert, the advert they will put there, is only God that knows how much they will charge. So, hey, that's Lagos for you. But real estate is good. You may call it traditional, but it's good. Some of our elders have used it to take care of themselves. Some bought at 160,000. They sold at 1.5. And they are proud. Some bought at 27 million. They've already put a price, 350 million. So it's good if you get it right. Like she said, if you go through the normal process and you get it right, you will enjoy real estate. You know, in fact, it's like all real estate people are marketers. The woman I met during one conference we had at Freedom Hall, this present house, if you see the way she was bubbling, you know, all real estate people are marketers. There is no dull moment because they are ready to take you from there to the graveyard and show you this land that you can you can buy, you know. But it's good. It's good. So my name is Emeka Atuma. I want to come from the digital side. Digital investment and the future of wealth creation. Now, this is from World Economic Forum, BCG. Digital investment broaden access to capital formation through mobile platforms, tokenized assets, data-driven advice, and lower transaction friction. The central policy question is no longer whether digital asset exists, but how they can support durable wealth creation under sound regulation, custody, disclosure, and investor education. Bank of International Settlement. Now, these groups are trying to say that digital assets should not be ignored. Although the understanding may be limited, the understanding of digital assets may be limited, but if you are between 20 to, let's say, 50, even 55, if you start learning about it and understand it. I have a friend, he was just promoted to deputy director in CBN. He started when Bitcoin was $20. And today, you can't count how many properties he has in Abuja. And he's still doing it.
How much is Bitcoin now?
Bitcoin has sat yesterday or this morning is $74,000 per Bitcoin.
74,000.
Yeah, he came down from 105,000.
And he started when it was just
20. So imagine that he's still keeping it. You know what it means. You know, I also play when I was getting monthly income. I also put some money in Bitcoin, though small, you know, because it is very important. The risk is there, because the problem with Bitcoin is that you can't say that there is one particular economic activities that drives it up or down. It's a matter of knowing when the most important people are buying, so you can key in. So you need a lot of information to succeed in that area.
What do they use the money to do?
As in
Bitcoin, the people you buy from, what do they use? Is there a factory they set up somewhere?
No, that question to me, if you are not an issuer of coins, it's very difficult to answer. But what I know is that, for instance, somebody can do what we call tokenize this property. They can say this property, let's assume, is 100 by 100 or 120 by 120 or whatever, and they will tokenize it. So instead of selling to one person, a lot of us will buy. So they will tokenize it. Then when the prices are going up, you make money from it. But like the question you asked, what, like for instance, if Dangote comes to the market, now if Dangote comes to the market with his refinery, what is he going to do with the money? He can't plow it back because it's not an initial public. It can be called an initial public offer. He's just selling part of his holdings. He's just selling part of his holdings to people. That's what he's doing. He's just sharing his risk in the event that anything goes bad. He will not be the only one that will lose. But though he invested, he took the risk. So, but you are just buying from that risk from him. But we know that it will be difficult for that company to go bad, even with carbon distance. So, World Economic Forum, BCG, Bank of International Settlement, European Securities and Market Authorities have said that we should start considering digital assets as part of our portfolio. Now, digital infrastructure, you know, there is most of these young people now, anytime you ask them, give me my account number, OPay, Money Point, PalmPay, that's what you hear. You know, I've been wondering how banks, normal commercial banks, are surviving. Because anytime you ask these young people, give me an account number. My daughter is in the university. She started last year. This is her first year. When she went there, she couldn't open an account because she's below 18. So she opened, the school has an understanding with Providus Bank. So my wife went with her. She opened an account with Providus Bank. Now, I think it's only once or twice I've sent money to her into that account. She lost the ATM. She doesn't even bother. Immediately she went to school, she opened Money Point. I've been begging her, go and she's not interested. I'm sure she has even opened maybe OPay. If her allowance is remaining, she moves it there. You know, so that is what is happening. Digital infrastructure is changing how household manages their wealth. World Economic Forum 2025, IMF. This digital assets is also helping to push penetration. Imagine that there was no fintech. Probably some of us, our villages will never have banking transaction. Imagine there was no telco. Remember that time, the only bank you will see inside the bush is Union Bank. Even this First Bank, you don't see First Bank where you see Union Bank. But today, you can send money to your brothers and sisters in the village, and they will receive it. So, the combination of mobile penetration, fintech, distribution, and programmable finance is widening participation across both advanced and emerging economies. Now, before, if you don't have, what is this? This company that has yellow and black, I think their background is black. They use yellow to write Western Union Money Transfer. Today, who uses them? Who uses Western Union this thing? Because there are fintechs that allow you to transfer money across border. So that's what is also helping digital assets. Institutions increasingly treat digital finance as part of mainstream market development rather than a fringe experiment. You see, this BIS, Bank of International Settlement, they are in Basel. They are the one, all these ones you've been, I don't know, all these ones I've been hearing Basel 1, Basel 2, Basel 3, that the whole bank in the world must obey. They are the ones that are talking about this digital finance and its importance. Digital investment can support long-term wealth creation when they improve access, diversity, exposure, reduce friction, and strengthen discipline, compounding. However, wealth is not created by technology alone. It is created by innovation. Now, if you are into digital space, a lot of risks are there, but even controls are being put in place to ensure that these risks are mitigated. Accordingly, the future of wealth creation is likely to be more digital. So, like I said, those in real estate, it may take time to come here, but a time is coming, you don't need to look for one person that will buy a whole property. You can just tokenize it and sell maybe the first floor, 10 tokens, you sell it, and people will buy. People will buy, and that token, you list it. As the price is going up, the people who bought it will be making money. So he says, accordingly, the future of wealth creation is likely to be more digital, more data-driven, and more regulated. Because now, as I talk to you, most companies have Internet of Things that they use to collect information about those who go in and go out. Data is being collected every day, and most of this digital thing is driven by data, availability of data. So the future of wealth creation is likely to be more digital. Core asset classes, cryptocurrencies and stable coins. In fact, I read something recently that stable coins will likely take over from MasterCard and Visa, because some countries are now issuing stable coins. So cryptocurrencies and stable coins, those are the assets. Tokenize real world assets, including securities or claims on physical assets. So if you sell tokens on this property, I have a claim on it. I have a claim on it. And if you are doing your business, for instance, you've rented it out, and the business is turning out good returns, the price of the token will be going up. If you are not doing well, I will likely sell your token, or I don't know whether it's possible to return your token. Digital funds, exchange-traded product, and app-based savings or investment vehicles. These are core asset classes on the digital investment. Infrastructure layer, blockchains, and smart contracts that enable programmable ownership and transfer. Blockchains, there's a lot of technicalities on it, but one of the important things of blockchain is that it will be difficult for you to deny a transaction. It's called blockchain. So that means in the chain, a lot of people will confirm it in that block. So it will be difficult for you to say, I did not do this transaction. It is also difficult for you to say, reverse this transaction. Immediately, the block has been formed. So that's why blockchain is an important aspect of digital asset infrastructure. Wallets, exchanges, custodians, and payment rails. These are the infrastructure layer. We have just looked at the core asset classes. Identity, compliance, and reporting system that connect digital assets to the regulated economy. So America is doing a lot to ensure that there is regulation. I think even Nigerian Securities and Exchange is also doing a lot to regulate these digital assets. In fact, I think it is being taxed now. In the new tax law, you tax digital assets. Robo-advisors. This one, you don't need a human to advise you on investment. You can talk to what they call, it's a robot, but they call it robo-advisors. Data has been fed into that robo-advisors, and when you come, ask you 1, 2, 3 questions, it will advise you on the investment that you need, that suits your risk appetite, your objectives. Because hey, you must have an appetite of how much you want to lose in the event that business goes down. So then we have digital brokers and portfolio platforms, institutional custody, market making and reporting services. These are so this slide is telling us that look, there are the other slide talks about why it matters. The other slide said thesis of the presentation. Now this one is saying what counts as digital investment. We have the asset classes, we have the infrastructure layer, then we have the intermediation through which you can do this. Now, digital wealth creation mechanism: access, data, advice, allocation, compounding. Digital platform reduce entry barriers through fractional investments. For instance, now in Nigeria, I can't buy half or quarter Dangote cement. I must buy one full share. But I can buy small fraction of Apple depending on the amount I have. I cannot buy a fraction of this property. I must buy the complete property. But digital assets, digital platforms, digital whatever wealth creation have made it possible for you to spread your risk. A little here, a little there, a little here, a little there. A little here, a little there, a little here, a little there. Like the guy that they were talking about, I'm sure he will lose money because there was a time Bitcoin fell to $18,000. Even recently, he moved from $105,000 to 60 something. Though it's climbing up now. And you need to understand the dynamics of Bitcoin. You may not go there. You may decide not to understand the dynamics of this cryptocurrency. You just look for a trusted broker. Give the person money and they will trade for you. You understand? So you may not necessarily go through, but what digital asset wealth creation is creating now is that you don't need to buy a whole thing. You can take fractions. Maybe you have like $10. Now the price of Microsoft, the last time I checked, is $300 and something. $300 and something in Nigeria. You know how much it is. So, but you can buy a fraction. So when they pay dividend, you get some cents of fraction. You know, I was here when I read the news this morning about Seplat going to 10,000 plus. Now, the question I ask is this: apart from the majority shareholders that has 21% of the shares of Seplat.
That's Thurday.
Yeah. So the next question is, if you buy 10,000, if you buy one share for 10,000 naira, what is their dividend? Their dividend is in cents that will not even mean anything to you. So there are transactions that are meant for the institutions. That's where I'm going. Maybe an individual like me now that want to show off will say I have shares in Seplat. When they now pay dividend, I can't even change the money. You know, that's why even ETI, that's why I run away from all these shares that are paying in dollars.
ETI.
They pay in dollars also.
They pay dividend for the past 15 years or so.
They've been paying.
Dollars, but I haven't seen it. Meaning I haven't collected it in dollars. I don't have a dollar account.
Go and open a dumb account now. Why did you buy? Sell it now. Go and open a dumb account.
I'm just supporting what you are saying.
Yeah, I know. Open a dumb account. Let them be putting that cent there. You don't know when that cent will become $1. You sell it. Yeah. So why buy shares that you can't gain anything just to answer? I'm a shareholder. No, now. I'd rather buy. I hope it's not Zikis that you people were discussing in the morning. You know, I'd rather buy those shares than when the dividend come, I can spend it rather than saying I'm doing a big man. But digital asset is helping us is breaking down those barriers. Data-rich systems improve personalization, nudging, and portfolio decision support, especially where AI is applied to rebalancing or investor profiling. Now, you know this AI of a thing. Unfortunately, I don't know. I have not seen a lot of news about Nigerian companies that are investing in AI. I don't know, but I know that in years to come, we cannot be left out. You understand? But for me, I'm building models that can rebalance my portfolio in weeks, in days, using machine learning and deep learning. So all I need is get the data. No, put my portfolio there. It will rebalance it. It will tell me the ones to sell and the ones to buy. The ones to sell. But the thing there is that we are getting to the point where AI will do more faster than all this. I'm calling a broker. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It just the unfortunate thing is that we are not quick to respond. We are looking at the age of digital. Look at what CSCS is doing. Increasing fees everywhere. I don't understand. Just be increasing fees. Tell me, what is CS? If they want to improve on their infrastructure, they should go and do IPO. Or use the data that they have to sell products to people, not to be increasing fees. Anyway, I don't know whether FMDQ depository can challenge on that and take their business. Tokenization and automated execution can improve transferability, settlement efficiency, and capital market reach, thereby strengthening the conditions for disciplined long-term compounding. So I've spoken a lot about this tokenization and automated execution. They are there now, but the way AI is going, you will be sleeping, the guy will just be doing the job. For instance, if I'm like the gravitas man, I will institute something that will help me develop an AI. When Nigerian market closes, you switch over to New York if you have the capital. When New York closes, you switch over to Japan or UK. So you'll be sleeping.
Do those stocks close?
No, they close. They close. It's the only market that doesn't close is crypto and forex. But stock, they close. It's crypto and forex. They don't close. That one you trade anytime. They don't close. But even weekends, the the transaction is not as much as it is. So what we are discussing here, digital wealth creation mechanism, is that digital wealth is giving access, data is helping, we have advice that comes almost like at the tip of your finger. It allocates your assets better, and you get more in compounding. 3 structural forces shaping the future: AI-enabled advice, tokenization, next generation wealth holders. Younger investors are entering the market through mobile-first channels and digital native products. Convenience, transparency, and experience design increasingly influence adoptions. Implication: digital experience becomes a competitive feature of modern wealth platforms. So, 3 structural forces shaping the future: AI-enabled, generative AI like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Perplexity, a lot of them. A lot of people are making money through this, like those who are in algorithmic trading. You just set it up and the system will run the thing. You don't need to be disturbing yourself. I've spoken a lot about implication of tokenization. Legal clarity on ownership, settlement, and disclosure is essential. Implication of AI-enabled: execution quality may improve, but model governance becomes central. I'm running models in machine learning and deep learning. So I have like how many? I think about 31 or 33 different models that I'm using Nigerian Stock Exchange to test. Now, when I finished, I needed to know which of these should serve my best interest. Then I developed a model using ChatGPT to rank these models. So to narrow it down to which one is the best. That's what they are saying. So there must be model governance. So you must understand these things. Maybe that's why Nigeria is taking their time to go into all these areas. Opportunity set for investors and institutions. Potential success value. New income models such as digital custody, wealth services, and tokenized cash management. I don't want to, as a child of God, I don't like saying I'm a Christian, because that's a nomenclature that was given to them by unbelievers in Acts of the Apostles 11. So I like saying I'm a child of God. So as a child of God, we've been taught not to speak negative about our country. But there is something that I have come to conclude, that it will be difficult for Nigeria to develop because a lot of money are being left on the table. Okay, look at Lagos. Why will another state not beat Lagos? Because in Lagos now, if you put up a plantain roasting point here now, they will buy. Go and do it in another state. Nobody will buy. One Okada comes here now and start picking people. You will see Okada Junction. That's Lagos. Anything you do gives money. But now, look at Nigeria. Out of the plenty stocks in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, you can only pick out 120. Out of that 120, they always close without movement. Sometimes in weeks, no movement. So which model will be able to model such pattern? No movement. But you will just wake up one day, this thing has gone 10%, 10%. That's why I was telling the man that left here. They are the ones that are milking the thing, because they get the news, they understand what is going to happen, We were here, was it last year or 2 years? Before you know it, African Prudential was going to 40 naira. What is happening? So those are the problem with Nigerian markets. So it's probably why some of these things are not working. But I think the present NGS, they are trying. Condition for value to be real, a sound asset allocation framework. Tokenization alone does not remove risk. It changes risk transmission and operational dependency. Investors require policy clarity, budgeting discipline, and literacy before more product exposure. Institutions need governance, suitability checks, disclosure, and resilience. That's opportunity set for investors and institutions. Potential successes of value, broader market access through low minimum. So digital assets, though sold in dollars, gives access to people. Fintechs have helped a lot of people to be part of Nigerian listing. Emerging markets lens, when the topic resonates in Africa, regional foundation. Sub-Saharan Africa has made substantial gains in account ownership and digital financial access, although usage gaps remain. This makes digital investment part of a wider development and inclusion conversation. Nigeria signal. Nigeria has ranked among high adoption crypto markets in global assessment. I think in the last 5 years, we've always been first or second or third. For many users, digital assets are discussed not only as speculation, but also as hedges against currency instability and access points to global financial network. For me, digital asset may be better than buying dollar. If you put dollar in your DOM account, it doesn't earn anything. It's just sitting down there. It doesn't earn anything. This heightens the need for investor protection and clear market rules. I think SEC is doing a lot to protect digital asset investors. Now, principal risks, volatility and behavior risk. Now, there are people they call whales in cryptocurrency. Whenever they are buying, the prices go up. When they are selling, the prices go down. So, behavioral risk, fraud and custody risk, a lot of scam. Technology and model risk. Technology is a risk when it is not working. Regulatory and legal risk. Now, Nigeria, like I said, this present SEC DG and his team, they actually try to ensure that the digital space is regulated. Guardrails, strategic asset allocation, qualified custody, independent audits, fit for purpose, regulation, disclosure standards, and legal clarity. Now, these are the principal risks. This is how it destroys wealth, and the guardrail. They have no more. It was recently I was reading a book on large language model. I started hearing guardrail. Nobody talks about mitigation, but they now call it guardrail. Guardrail, to guard. I don't know, you know this Oyibo people. Guardrail. Because from what is under guardrail, strategic assets allocation, position limits, scenario analysis, and these are mitigation, how to mitigate volatility risk and behavior risk. Governance and policy are now part of the investment thesis. What credible policy seeks to achieve, what that means for strategy. Regulatory clarity, I've mentioned it severally. This present DG and his team, they've been trying to nip the case on the board. Future winners are likely to combine innovation with trust, auditability, suitability, and compliance by design. So, what credibility policy seeks to achieve? clarify legal treatment of ownership, asset ownership. You know, like Madam Uche was mentioning, ownership is important. Because when I was discussing my issue, the first question was, have you received allocation? Do you have ownership? We've not even gotten there. So it's important that when you are buying a digital asset, ownership is defined. The line is drawn. Not that tomorrow, no, you did not buy. You know, there are scammers everywhere. Practical framework for wealth creation. Now, this is for the investors. You know, we've looked at the assets. We've looked at everything. Now, we want to talk about a practical framework if you want to create this digital asset investment. Define your purpose. Build the core. Ring-fence digital exposure. Now, I saw this word first when I was writing FRM, Financial Risk Management exam, in 2008. You know, a company may have a bad rating, but they have a good project that is profitable. The word ring fencing means you separate that project from your company's total project, because your company is not doing well, but you have a profitable project that you want to run and you need money. So you don't mix that project with your company's business. So you ring fence that. So what they are saying here is that ring fence digital exposure, separate what it requires, separate infrastructure exposure, liquid digital assets, and speculative positions. Why it matters? Improves transparency, sizing, discipline, and loss containment. So I'm interested in this because most of the things written here are the things we actually do in our normal traditional investment. But this particular number 3 is what looks like the difference in everything. Ring fence digital exposure. What it requires: separate infrastructure exposure, liquid digital assets, and speculative position. Chief was saying that he only buys assets that he can sell. If you go and buy non-liquid stock, when you want to sell it, you will know whether khaki is leather or not. So liquidity is very important. You know, in one of the financial models, after Farmer and French came up with their 3-factor model, there's one guy again, I've forgotten his name. He included liquidity factor. He included, so when you want to buy an asset, like stock in particular, after you do that Farmer and French 3-factor model, you include that liquidity factor because it's very important, especially for retirees. You want to sell and maybe buy drugs you cannot sell. That would be dangerous.
Sorry, about 10, 15 years ago, more like 15 years ago, when all shares were booming before they crashed, I bought into a lot of insurance companies because I foresee that in Europe and America, insurance companies will back, etc. But when I wanted to sell, probably 5, 10 years ago, I heard some for 18 months, nobody was willing to buy copper from it. Because that time I knew Kakino would be better.
You enter one chance. The honest truth is that there are few insurance companies, even till today, that you can go in and go out, except you want to sell at a significant loss. But the regulators have tried to make that industry strong. But Nigerians are not insurance people. We have been insured by the blood of Jesus. We don't do insurance. So, but for me, it's also the way insurance people are carrying themselves. they've not tried to be okay. Some of them are moving with the time. So in conclusion, digital investment expands the opportunity set for saving, investing, ownership, and capital access by lowering frictions and widening participation. Now, the advent of digital assets has actually helped a lot of young people to enter into the investment foray. It was not like before, when it was difficult for them to enter. A lot of the young people, like Igbo people, they are the ones that know how to separate different stage of life. They call them young adults. I'm not sure we have. It's either you are a child or you are an adult. Okay, sometimes they say okorobia. In Igbo language, they will say okorobia. Then you become a man. But young adults, even in the universities, are now investing, because a lot of the risk you can take is when you are between 20 to 35 years. That's when you can, maybe 40. That's when you can take risk. I perish. But by the time school fees started coming in, especially these days that nobody wants, a lot of people don't want their children in public school. You pay through your nose to take your child through private school. It will be difficult for you to go and be doing risky investment. You have to be circumspect. So, digital investment expand the opportunities set for saving, investing, ownership, and capital access by lowering friction and widening participation. Bank of International Settlement 2025, BCG 2025. The next frontier is likely to be shaped by AI-enabled advice, tokenized infrastructure, and digitally native wealth behavior. Baker and Dialert 2019, PwC 2022, World Economic Forum 2025. Yet, durable wealth will still depend on governance, risk discipline, investor education, and policy trust anchors. So, what this is saying is that, look, for more people to come in, especially those between 40, 45, 50 and above, they must see that the way traditional investing is being monitored, is being regulated. Yeah, that's right. It's being regulated. That these digital assets are also being regulated that way. A lot of people will not come in. Most of the people that do digital assets today are those who are willing to lose money, let me say. Because if you are not willing to lose 1 naira, you can't put 1 naira in a digital asset, especially something you don't understand. At least if they say, if you buy GT Bank now, they say, do you have shares? And you said yes. They say, what do you know about? There's a GT Bank branch in the next street. At least you see GT Bank. People are going in, going out. You have confidence that something is going on there. Like the question you asked me, if they ask you now, this token that you bought, what is the man doing? You just open your mouth. This Bitcoin that you just bought now, what is the man going to do? You just open your mouth. But if you buy from Dangote Cement, Dangote Refinery, they ask you, these shares that you bought, why did you buy that? You know, they see Dangote motor, they walk up and down. Oh. At least you can relate with that. But if they ask you, this Bitcoin that you just bought, this Ethereum, and others that you bought, Binance, what are they doing with the money? You will just be wondering. You don't even know the owner. You don't know where the person stays. You don't. You know, MMM self good. At least you see people, they have office somewhere. So that's this number 3 conclusion. He said, yet durable wealth will still depend on governance. So our government needs to do a lot of education and put controls around this place. Especially if you want to do these things, you must make sure you don't sell to somebody who doesn't understand it. You understand? So if we want more people into this, there must be the way we regulate this present traditional way. For instance, I think it was you that asked, before, they may not even have any association where you can report a realtor. But today they have one. And what it means is that if I go there now and say, this guy is a realtor, this is the guy's business name, they check their register, the man is not there. They will go and look for the man if they are ready. Okay, you are doing business and you are not regulated. That's a separate fine. That's a separate fine for him. For him, you are just doing business and you don't have a license, meaning that you can commit. You are like a quack doctor that is treating people, giving them water as a drip. You understand? Mixing water and salt, put it in and be giving them. You don't even know what you are doing. So that is why it's important that every business has regulation. For instance, you can see the transport system. They don't have any regulation. And Okada, those ones are even the regulators. They are even the worst. You can be driving behind. In fact, I don't know who brought out Korokwe. The person that brought out Korokwe, the person thought well, but that Korokwe has become the worst menace. That small boss. That is smaller than Danfo.
Yeah, Suzuki.
No, not Suzuki. Suzuki is much smaller. There is this small one that I think it takes, is it 4 or 5 people? The person that brought that idea had a good intention, but they should stop it. Do you know, you can be driving behind the guy, he will just stop in the middle of the road. If you are not careful, you will hit them. So, regulation is important, although sometimes in this part of the world, regulators go above their pay grade and want to become operators as against certain. In fact, the SEC in the US wanted to become that. He wanted, you cannot regulate and be part of the people that you are regulating. So there must be a separation. So I would like to advise SEC, because mostly this is SEC area. Digital asset is SEC area. It's not CBN. Then CBN also on fintech. Do you know, they say a lot of loan app that is in this Nigeria. Those who give all these loan people, they say, I think they published data the other day. The number of people that borrows money from those loan sharks. So we should put regulation. There should be governance. Risk must be identified, and mitigation must be put in place. Investors must be educated, and policy trust anchors. I'm emphasizing on this because if government now taxes digital assets, so if you sell and make profit, government tax. So if government needs more money and more people to come into it, then they have to do this so that more people will invest, more people will make money, and the country will be growing. Because one of the things you see in developed world is that a lot of things that we don't do here, they do it there, they make money, and government tax those things. The strongest strategic stance is therefore selective adoption with disciplined allocation, credible custody, and strong governance. This one is about, before you buy any of these digital assets, you must ensure that there is a custodian in case the person you are buying from goes under. So we've looked at digital system are not replacing wealth discipline. They are changing where value is created, how participation occurs, and how risk must be governed. So it's not changing buying of stock, but it will add a layer on that, like in form of tokenization. And we should not run away from digital investment. However, we should not invest in what we don't understand. Next is that we should, even if you don't understand, work with somebody who understands what he or she is doing. So what it means is that the person must be able to ask you some questions. What are your objectives? How much are you willing to lose? What is your return expectation? The duration. You understand? So some of these questions are important. The reason is that if you are willing to lose 10% of your money, the guy should be able to know the kind of digital asset to buy for you. If your return objective is out of this world, the guy should be able to tell you that, Madam Oga, you can't get this thing, no. Take your money and go. What is your objective? My objective is to pay school fees. What is the duration? So these are the things that when you want to invest, somebody who is advising you, don't allow them to sweet talk you. So if the person is not asking you this question, then I don't think you should go with that person. The person should be able to ask you, how much are you willing to lose? Because I go and put your money now in let's say one of these banks, and tomorrow CBN said, oh, the money they raised for their capital, for their consolidation or whatever is not enough. We want to yank their license. What will you do? So we have to. So another thing we looked at is why this topic matters. Then we looked at the core assets. You know, even jewelries, those are assets, but they may not be digital. We looked at the infrastructural layer. Then who and who plays in this area, intermediation layer. Then what are the mechanisms, access, digital platform has reduced the barrier to have access to investment. Data is available. You have robo-advisors. AI is helping to allocate your assets. Then you have a long-term compounding. Then 3 structural forces shaping the future: AI-enabled advice, tokenization, next generation wealth holders. Young investors are entering the market. It's convenient, is transparent to a large extent, and experience design increasingly influence adoption. We looked at potential sources of value, broader market access, portfolio expansion to digital funds, tokenized instrument, and selected infrastructure play, operational efficiency for automation in advice, saving and settlement, new income models such as digital custody, wallet services, and tokenized cash management. Condition for value to be real. a sound asset allocation, tokenization. Investor require policy clarity. Institution need governance, suitability checks, disclosure and resilience. Emerging market, regional foundation, digital payment, savings and mobile channels create a practical bridge from financial inclusion to investing. Nigerian Signal, we have been part of those that have been rated as high digital asset users. Some in Nigeria use it for hedging, heighten the need for investor protection and clear market rules. Like I've said, I think SEC is working around the clock to ensure that there is proper regulation around this. Then we looked at the risk area, how it destroys wealth, and the guardrail. We look at what credible policy seeks to achieve, what that means for strategy. We looked at practical framework for wealth creation. You will have all your traditional assets, especially for older ones, but you need to ring fence your digital exposure. It requires a separate infrastructure exposure, liquid digital asset, and speculative position. Why it matters: it will improve transparency, sizing discipline, and loss containment. Something moved from $105 to $61. That's a lot of money that is being lost there. Conclusion: digital investment expands opportunities set for saving, investing, ownership, and capital access. It lowers friction and widens participation. The next frontier is likely to be shaped by AI-enabled advice, tokenized infrastructure, and digitally native wealth behavior. Yet, durable wealth will still depend on governance. We spoke a lot about that. So, in closing, finally, we should not run away. No matter the age we are, we should not run away from digital assets. You can have what I call risk capital. It could be 50,000 naira every month if you are a monthly earner. Then you put 50,000 naira in one digital asset. You know, it may not be for you, it could be for your children. You understand? So, because it is in fraction, 50,000 can buy you one Ethereum. No, it can't buy you up to one Ethereum, but it can buy you a fraction of Ethereum. It can buy you DFI, decentralized finance. It can do a lot, but it helps. Thank you. Yeah.
That's not loud enough.
So I switch it off. It's off.
Can you switch it
Yeah,
off?
yeah, there. Just press it.
Hello. We are gradually coming to the end. Like I said, anytime Mr. Emeka Atuma, FCA, comes to the podium, I get educated. Today he has told us much about digital assets, and the good thing is that I have the paper he presented. I will share it online and I will study it. But honestly speaking, at my age, 65 plus, I don't know if I can summon the courage to invest my money in somebody who I don't know his identity, by which I mean all these crypto people, digital assets people, etc. Like I said in the morning, I'm majorly into stock investing since 1993. And after a while, I will move some of the gains in the stock and buy rare properties, which I will see, especially land. And when I'm pressed, I will sell the land and convert it to cash flow. But putting money into digital assets, people you don't know the address, etc. I don't know if I'm talking for myself, because age is no longer on my side. If I was still in 20s or 30s, fine. If you make a mistake, you can easily correct it. So Emeka, I'm not downgrading what you said, but I'm just being factual. A lot of youth here and online are people who can invest in that. I gave an example of Leo Alemba's friend and classmate, Tochukwu, who started investing in crypto when he was in the university. He graduated 2015. Then I heard he was buying crypto less than $20. And today we are told that crypto, what's it called? Started the Bitcoin. He invested in then less than $20. Today is in the region of $65,000 to $115,000. And he refused to work for one day. I will certainly bring him to this podium to tell us how to do it. To tell us, not to tell me, because even if he tells and you invest today, tomorrow it doubles, I will never enter there. You know, anytime I want to send money to people and they give me OPay number, usually OPay some money point, I refuse. I will tell the person, let me have, even if it's UBA or Zenith or whatever, so that if anything happens, we know where we will go and report. And they normally oblige. Some will tell me, no, it's at their risk. I will send. About 2-3 weeks ago, I was going off with a friend, a cousin actually, who wanted to borrow money from OPay. And he says I should accompany him. We initially went to their first office, the loan office in Adeni Jones, Ikeja. And later we went to the main branch, operating office in Allen Avenue. 3 weeks ago was the first time I knew that there is an OPay office. I used to think it's like MMM, you don't see them. Oh, but you say MMM, you see them. I used to think that OPay is somewhere in the sky, China or wherever. And when we entered the first one in Allen Avenue, in what's it called, in Adeni Jones, because usually when I go for formal occasions, I don't, he's copying me now. This is the first time he's not wearing a suit to come to this podium. I stopped wearing suit 2014 when I retired. So whenever I go out, I don this red cap and the traditional. So when we enter that OPay office on Adeni Jones, come and see sea of people inside the place waiting to be attended. They didn't give us a token that used to happen in those days, but you will see it. And when one person gets attended, they will move from one seat. So I couldn't believe it, but because they saw us and know that we are in our 60s, they now moved us to be attended first. And the people there didn't complain. The people who must have been on the queue or sitting down didn't complain. I couldn't believe it. Then we went from there because my friend had OPay POS. We went from there to the Allen one. Man, if you enter there, the First Bank and the Union Bank of 1980-85 was a joke. Come and see your people everywhere. I say, eh? So when you were saying that you don't know how these traditional banks are making it now with OPay around, I can identify with you. OPay is something else. And people there are very lively, as if at last they have found somebody who can listen to them. So, crypto assets, I will read this and pass it on to my children so that they can try and take a risk on it. But at my age, I always like being honest. I will never ever try it. But the next generation can grapple with it. So Emeka, thank you very, very much for what you've done. You know, when you told me to come and deliver it to you or to distribute it, I said, no, you have to come here so that if anything happens, we know who lured us or who enticed us into it. Similarly, Madam Gloria C. Okwosa, if you are listening to us, we'll make provision for you in June at your convenience or August to come and share with us your papers you have prepared, your paper you have prepared, but for clash of activities, you say you may not come over today to present it. When people tell me such things and say me, I just remove that me and know that they were just trying to be kind. So when I saw that you may not, I knew you wouldn't be coming today. And again, the rain of today literally threw everybody off balance. I started ordering for Uber, or my daughter started ordering for Uber for me by 7:45. And the price from Anthony to here was oscillating between 19,000 and 27,000 a trip. When the last time I came, I paid about 10,000 or 9,000 something. I say, well, because I must be here, no matter what the price is, order it. And a lot of them keep canceling, etc. After a while, I was wondering, maybe I should just go and repair one of my cars or buy a car so that when something like this happens, I just enter my car and start coming over. I even had to ask the megad of my neighbor who works in Victoria Island or Lekki here, whether the Oga has gone, so that I begged for a lift for the first time from him for over 7 years. He said the Oga don't go. But as it were, we eventually got the Uber who was trying to take me to Maryland and the Keja before coming to Victoria Island. At a point, I had to tell him, Oga, you must turn. So, what am I saying? A lot of people who told me in boss that they will be physically present here, I'm not seeing them apart from Patrick, Dr. Patrick Osai, who has come. And the reason is obvious. Today's rain was something else. It was too heavy, and they stopped in Anthony some minutes after 8 o'clock. So people who are not like inspired or who can always listen to us online, I know because of this rain, they didn't show up. Again, you know, I keep saying I'm a storyteller. When I say one thing, I remember another thing. When I started lecturing or organizing seminars and conferences about 25, 26 years ago, year 2000 or 2001, the first one I did was at Golden Gate. These days, if you pass Golden Gate, you won't know you've passed Golden Gate. But then, as soon as you are on Kingsway Road, Golden Gate will be flashing. So I did it. Then companies were paying. About 8 companies, including some banks, came for that time. And I left my house in Anthony Village. There wasn't any rain, but the Third Mainland Bridge was so congested that I was wondering, what's going on? And I'm such a person that normally will keep to time, and you can't invite people to come for a seminar they have paid and you'll be late in going there. And I got there shortly before 9 o'clock starting point. It was a 2-day course. I now told myself that I don't want to get heartbroken or get BP or whatever people call it, that I won't be doing the course again in Golden Gate. That was when I shifted to Sheraton. In those days, Sheraton was good with 200 and something thousand. You can do a course. People will eat three courses. We eat several courses in their restaurant buffet. Because then I say that if you are paying hefty to attend my course, if you don't understand the course, the technicalities, the language, certainly when you enter the restaurant, you will understand the food. So I shifted from organizing it in Ikoyi here to Sheraton Ikeja, 10 minutes on a good day or less from my house. And the people, the organizations, and my friends who were then in Lagos Island, part of Victoria Land, we are wondering, don't you know you will make more money by organizing it in closer to Ikoyi than Sheraton? I told them then money wasn't everything. I have to take care of my health. That the only alternative left for me was to lodge into a hotel in Ikoyi a day at a time so that I can do it. Why am I telling all this story? If this type of rain happens again next time and I'll be stressed up like this, I might have to relocate back to Anthony Village, where we started the conference October 10, 2023. That was a walking distance from my house. So even if the sky decides to fall, I will still be there before time. So for those of us who are here physically, I must thank you all for braving it as it were. Coming in and sitting and listening to everything, gaining what people have been telling us. The first paper, the star presenter was Otumba Muewa Adeyemi, somebody I call Owoni Koko. He came here and told us the story of his trajectory from employee to employer, and told us that because early this year he spent 2 million naira to buy diesel to power his office, that he has migrated to solar panels. The second paper was presented by Ambassador Mrs. Uche. In your Facebook, I saw E something. Is there not Ekunife but something? Their middle name. Euphemia. Uche Euphemia Amatoku. She has just told us all their race about real estate, and like me, she illustrated her presentation with personal trajectory that she and her husband has just roofed an 8 flat apartment in Aja Axis, and that the second one will be done after that. That people should still invest some portion of their income in real estate. You can earn money by putting tenants here. You can earn money when the price appreciates and you need to sell. He gave an example of his uncle that sold several of the properties. The one he bought either 20,000 naira for or 200,000 for about 300, 400 million. Even the one he bought in Ibuzo and sold for about 500, 600 million. The man is late, but the children are enjoying the money because he sold it before he died and distributed to them. So real estate is very, very good. I equally gave an example of myself that though I'm a stock person, investor, but once in a while, I move into real estate. What really discouraged me from real estate is Monile, but she just told us that she can handle that aspect of the bid if we invest through her, and I promise I will do. The third one is what Atuma has told us about digital access. So when we study all these things, especially the youth, by youth I mean 25 to 35 or 40, they should start thinking of their future. Like I said, if you love your children so much and you empty your wallet into their heads for education, for a lot of things, that's not a guarantee that when you are aging, they will empty theirs into you. Because by the time you are aging, most likely, they have their own children as well to empty their own wallets into. So people should endeavor to have something for their old age. That was the aspect Madam Gloria Okwosa was to cover for us, but she has already released the slides to me. But like I said, when you are not there when they buried somebody, when you are digging to uproot the grave, you can start from the wrong side. So I wasn't there when she did the preparation. There are a lot of things you put in writing, but when you are presenting it, you will know why you put it. So she will come and present it herself. I have it, but I won't share it in our various forums. She will definitely, we can wait for the next 2 or 4 months for her. So we are coming to the end of the conference. It was to last till 4 o'clock, but because she wasn't there, her time will be not utilized. It's even good for me because I was restless when the rain couldn't allow me to leave my house very early. So I go back and have my siesta as usual. Come Thursday, June 11, if I say Wednesday, June 10, but it has to be June 11 because Friday will be a public holiday. So from there, people can go and enjoy themselves. Thursday, June 11, we will reassemble here. Before now, I said we will delve into taxation, National Tax Conference. But I really want to give a gap to the likes of Taiwo Yedele and the Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus is the one that is FRIS, now NRS. So that they won't say that Itozo Bonine is confusing people about this new tax architecture. So I will leave them. When they say today there's an error, tomorrow government from Bayo Ononoga will say it's a lie, it was misquoted, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to come into that angle until everything is sorted out. So we will come back and do another angle of National Economic Conference. And that day, hopefully, I will get a practitioner who has been in the field for over 10 years on crypto and Bitcoin to come here and talk to us so that we learn more. Thank you. Leo, come and close the day for us. But I will step aside because your height is intimidating to me. Come and come and say something. If not for anything, come and give us a closing prayer. You see, the height is something else. Thank you. I promise you will get here next time. Look for his number.
I think it's closer to Alex. I'll ask you. Okay, let's rise for closing prayer. Okay. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Okay, thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for bringing everybody together, for the guest speakers. And thank you for the privilege to be alive today, despite everything happening in this country. Thank you for at least we're able to learn, and hopefully we'll be able to apply what we've learned to better our lives. We pray that as we are going back to our various destinations, we'll reach safely, in good health, just the way we came. This we ask through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
In the name of the Father.
Thank you. Just like we had this. Okay, I attended the Catholic Mass.